hit by Machagasha. And when Sinistra's off the board...
Yeah, Sinistra, one of the biggest roadblocks for Swampert, resists the water-type attacks, resists the ground-type attacks, threatens huge damage with Machagasha, even if Sinistra has no offensive investment whatsoever, because Sinistra has such a naturally high special attack stat. People sometimes forget about that.
And the healing is
and
tremendous,
it also heals
right?
itself a huge amount just for doing damage.
Yeah, so Grimstar will be coming back onto the field just because if you're Sean, you want to just move first to get the rain back in play and just kind of pressure this Como, say, well, you can't really get rid of the Swampert. Even if you did go for the Clanging Scales, Grimstar would not take any damage from that. Also, on the last turn of Light Screen, so you can probably see another parting shot into Pelipper, get that rain up. Then Swampert will get that nice speed boost from the Swift Swoon, be able to quickly close out this game. Is that Michael's outfit in all purple? That looks really nice. Or is that Sean? I can't tell.
I like the, we'll wait for the camera to pan back around, but whichever one it is, I like the mono purple color scheme, so...
It's looking nice, yeah.
Kudos there. Even if you lost this game, you're winning the fashion war. Sorry, default looking trainer on the other side.
Yes, no, Michael's got the cooler outfit. Sorry, Sean, you're winning the game, but not the coolness points here. But you know, I like Michael taking the time to assess like what can be done moving forward. Just going for another protect, saying, well, if I can get 45 more seconds plus to think about how to approach a game 2, which we are certainly going into at this point.
That all adds up.
That time is valuable, right? Where I think it seemed to me like Michael was trying to play around things that Sean really wasn't doing, right? Where Michael said, well, I'm not going to bring the sand. And then that just gave Sean free reign to go with his weather mode, and so
yeah, free reign.
Yeah, free reign. The other rain, not that one, but you know what I mean. And so yeah, I think if you're Michael, sort of, it seemed like the Pokemon choices were a bit off. Where Excadrill just on its own didn't feel super potent. Where yeah, it feels like Tyranitar was kind of missing there. I like the Floette attempt, but it just seemed like it was. You know, Michael didn't get as much value out of it. He needed to start like getting knockouts quickly and remove the switching options from Sean's team that he really relies on to keep that weather advantage. So I think, you know, if Sean does like slight adjustments where he can, you know, potentially get rid of that Archaludon earlier, which with a Calm Mind, Floette, and Como, you certainly have the ability to do that. If you can remove that earlier and then have Sand in the back to contest the rain, I think he'd be in a much better position in a potential game 2. So I'm curious to see where his head's at and if Sean tries to adjust to that, right? Sean has 2 other very strong Pokemon that could very well change this matchup.
Yeah, it is unfortunate for Excadrill that it was never really in a spot that it wanted to be in. It never got the Sand Boost because Tyranitar wasn't there. It was in front of things that it didn't necessarily want to be in front of. You want to be able to Iron Head the Grimmsnarl. You want to be able to high horsepower the Archaludon. It wasn't able to do either of those things. Couldn't Rock Slide the Charizard either because Charizard wasn't in that game. And yeah, Excadrill just didn't really fit well into the game plan that ended up unfolding for Michael.
Yeah, I think there's certainly ways that Excadrill could be more useful, but
for sure.
I like the not bringing of Corviknight. I think Corviknight is kind of a really hard Pokemon to get a lot of value out of here. You know, Corviknight only weak to a couple things and only, you know, takes neutral damage from a couple things, but one of those 2 types are fire and water, which is the main sort of offensive engine that Sean's really using, to say nothing of Electro Shot. And so I think Corviknight is kind of off the table for Michael, but the other 5 I think are totally reasonable options. Yeah, I want to see Tyranitar. I think in order to make this game a little bit closer, Sean needs to sort of commit to actually fighting the weather war. He's got Sandstream and Omega that provides Sandstream, 2 ways of getting weather, and so that can sort of help contest Sean's multiple weather options. But you know, maybe I'm wrong. Corviknight is here.
Corviknight is here, but it is immediately facing down Charizard, and it definitely does not want to be in this position. It is threatened immensely by the firepower that Charizard can output, and Floette doesn't exactly want to be in this situation either. Can Calm Mind before Charizard is able to attack. We see Floette has that timid stat alignment, so is definitely faster than the Charizard,
yeah,
which has the modest stat alignment. So Floette definitely faster, could get a Calm Mind up, but then you're firing off resisted fairy attacks into Charizard, and Corviknight is also probably going to want to retreat. It's a little bit awkward for Corviknight here.
Yeah, I think this is not if I'm Michael, I'm not loving this position where, you know, last game had a great lead matchup, didn't quite get the value, and now this is like a pretty poor lead matchup where Grimmsnarl very easily can set up a light screen. Corviknight is gonna feel struggled struggling to do much of anything. The most it can do is maybe a Tailwind, but it's a very easy Heat Wave from Sean, right? Even if Tyranitar comes in to remove the Sun, you know, it's going to Mega Evolve and get the Sun immediately right after. So, yeah, really an awkward spot. And Floette has a lot of work to do, but
no Mega Evolution from Floette, though, as Light Screen comes out from Grimmsnarl. May indicate that Tyranitar is in the back. This may be some kind of bait. We'll have to see. Just a Raw Moonblast from Floette, still doing nearly half. It's still a very strong Pokemon, even if you don't Mega Evolve it. Big special attack drop on Grimmsnarl.
Oh, yeah, massive.
That's not going to matter at all. Heat Wave does double connect and does just pick up the immediate KO on Corviknight and does well over half to non-Mega'd Floette on the other side. So that's definitely a great turn for Sean.
Yeah, it's a really curious turn. I feel like Michael had to have played to this. This seems like a really obvious thing to have happened, right? Light Screen Heat Wave seems like the most straightforward play for Sean. No shock to see him go for that, but I think this does kind of play into Michael's hand. We're saying, all right, well, if you don't do that, he was probably clicking Tailwind, I would imagine, with Corviknight. That's the most proactive thing it could have done in that situation. But as it stands, Corviknight goes down, but now Tyranitar comes in kind of for free. I mean, it gets to immediately overwrite the Sand. Knows Charizard has Mega Evolved, so that one option to sort of rug pull the weather away from Michael has been removed. And so Tyranitar is actually now in a pretty great position. You know, doesn't have Tailwind quite yet, but Charizard is now in that same position that Corviknight was in the turn before, threatened by a very powerful spread move. So we'll see what Sean has in the back to potentially switch in on this. You got to imagine a Rock Slide is coming. There's no Dragon Dance on this Tyranitar. There's no way to capitalize on it. It's going to be going for an attack. And Floette can also be following it up with a Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam. Maybe even Calm Mind itself, right? Michael still has to play with the different Mega options.
Just a Reflect coming out from Grimmsnarl here to reduce that physical damage coming out from the Tyranitar later on. Another Moonblast from Floette. Is it going to be enough to pick up the Grimmsnarl? Just barely not enough, but the Sand will pick it up at the end of the turn thanks to that ongoing chip. Tyranitar does go for the Rock Slide. Forget the Sand. Tyranitar can do it itself. It does connect. Okay,
that's just
sure.
Bigger Sand, right?
That's just bigger sand. Rock Slide is just bigger sand.
Big Sand. Big Sand Slide. That's what it's...
Big Sand Slide.
That's a longer word, so that's why we call it that.
Still no Mega Evolution from the side of Michael. So Michael really deliberating, deciding, okay, either of these could potentially work. I'm just sort of feeling out which one I want to go with.
Right, and I like this because, you know, Michael's down a Pokemon, which in these Weather Wars means he has less maneuverability, right? And that's what you need to use to get the sand, get the weather in your in your ideal situation. So keeping that extra sand stream in his back pocket with the Mega Evolution is really nice. Venusaur now hitting the field. It probably wishes that it was in the sun, thanks to it having that chlorophyll, but he does have a Focus Sash, which will also get removed by the sand that's still on the field. It has Sludge Bomb and Earth Power, which is looking like pretty nice options into both of these Pokemon, as well as that, of course, ever-pesky Sleep Powder. And so I think Sean still has a lot of options here. Charizard's still probably faster than this Tyranitar, can go for yet more Heat Waves and other sorts of attacks, or potentially switch out. I'm really curious to see what Sean has in the back, because it's got to be one of the Rain-ish Pokemon, and see what value that any of those can get out of it. But, you know, Swampert, if it was in the back, would not be able to Mega Evolve.
No, I would not expect to see Swampert in the back here, but we'll find out right now. It is Pelipper. Okay, I was going to bring this up previously on a previous turn, thinking, okay, this is another good reason to have possibly saved the second Sandstream on Tyranitar, just in case Pelipper comes out in the back. But Tyranitar going to leave Sinistra coming back in, going to heal up the Floette, making Floette a little bit more enticing as a Mega option here. As we see, it's going to Mega Evolve after receiving that healing from that Sinistra, giving it a little bit more longevity. But Venusaur's on the other side, and Venusaur looking pretty unthreatened right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to take some decent damage from Floette, just because Floette is Floette. So here is this Moonblast. It will be coming out into Venusaur. Yeah, it does about a respectable amount of damage. Venusaur, a relatively bulky Pokemon. That special attack drop is very appreciated if you are Michael, though, as well as the Sleep Powder of failing into that Sinistra. So I think a great,
very good turn for Michael.
Yeah, great turn for Michael. A great switch out. I love the sort of the decision making of saying, well, if I switch out Tyranitar, I can Mega Evolve. I'm afforded the opportunity to Mega Evolve Floette, because then I can have Sand in the back in case there's yet more weather in the back from Sean, which we know there is. If Sean ever switches a Pokemon, the weather will change to Sun, which he might want to do to get Chlorophyll back on this Venusaur to maybe get in order to go with that Sleep Powder since it missed the turn prior. And Light Screen is slowly ticking away, as well as Reflect. So that's part of the reason why, Floette's not doing quite as much to that Venusaur. That Light Screen's still putting in work.
Conversely, if any Pokemon switches on Michael's side, sand will be up.
Yeah. So weather changing is very imminent on this turn, as we do see
Case in
Sinistra.
point.
Yeah, Sinistra's coming out. So Tyranitar will be hitting the field once again, which means that maybe Pelipper's not switching. If Pelipper's maybe fat. No, Pelipper is slower than that Sinistra, which
That's
means,
important for both players
yeah,
to know.
that's really crucial information. Definitely favors Sean here, as now the sand immediately removed as Sun goes back out of the field, and Venusaur will go for a Sludge Bomb.
Well, it takes that pretty handily.
Yeah, with that Moonblast special attack drop very much coming into play, and here's a Calm Mind, which is good. It's okay, but at this point, Sinistra's really going to need a lot more hospitality healing from that from that Sinistra, which it'll most likely be looking to get in this next turn. But you know, Charizard's right there to punish that as well. So I think Sean's really putting the pressure on Michael in this turn.
Yeah, definitely looking a little bit awkward for Michael here. Floette is at +1 special attack and +1 special defense, and that's great. But it's staring down two things that resist fairy type damage, and one of them outspeeds it and threatens it with a one-hit KO. And if you want to protect and switch out Sinistra for that Tyranitar, Charizard can also switch out, right? And
yeah,
Sinistra's also unable to redirect attacks from Venusaur, so Floette's in a tough spot.
Yeah, Floette is in a I think the turn works really well, I think, for Michael if Sinistra is slower, but because that Pelipper was slower, you know, Floette would have gotten the Calm Mind first, and then wouldn't have taken nearly as much damage, and then would be able to switch out and get another round of healing and probably be in a much better spot. But as it is, you know, Michael just has to bank on, you know, Sean not attacking Floette. Doesn't happen. Floette gets KO'd. The other two Pokemon do protect to no avail. So Sean just kind of simplifies the board a little bit, saying, well, okay, I get rid of that Pokemon. Now there's no more switching. There's no more weather wars. I've won the weather war doubly so. I have rain and sun, whichever I want, for the rest of time. And Sinistra is looking not loving this position. In the sun, Charizard's Heat Wave, very easy option to go for. And Tyranitar also very much threatened by an Earth Power from this Venusaur. So, yeah, Tyranitar had, you know, kind of hoped a little bit more from it in this second game, but I think Sean showing, you know, the double weather option makes it so much harder for you to position Tyranitar to actually get the sand on the turns you need it to keep away that rain and sun boosted offensive threat.
Yeah, what number is famously bigger than 1?
2?
2. 2 is famously bigger.
I got it.
2 is famously bigger than 1, and because Sean had 2 different weather options, it has been a lot easier for him to play around this. And Sinistra going for the Rage Powder here. Michael's not out of it just yet. It's possible that
Things can miss.
Things can miss, exactly. Sleep Powder.
There you go. That's one.
Missing
Heat
one.
Wave, do we get it? Nope. Okay, yeah.
No Heat Wave, so just Weather Ball coming out here. Tyranitar probably not going to be able to do this on its own. Would have a hard time climbing up this particular mountain. We know Tyranitar likes to eat mountains. Is that right? Do I have that right?
Yeah, Larvitar does. But,
Larvitar eats mountains.
The Reflect, though, making sure that even Charizard can tank this Rock Slide from Tyranitar. Kind of a cursed thing when you say it out loud, but
that's kind of all. That's probably going to be all that you wrote. But Tyranitar is still at full HP, is still very bulky. If Venusaur proceeds to miss Sleep Powders for the rest of its life, maybe.
I mean, it's already been doing it for the first part of its time on the field, but I think Sean is a pretty safe way of just sort of switching in Pelipper, getting the rain up, and then going for a Weather Ball, which it looks like that is the option he is going for here. So Pelipper will be hitting the field, sort of saying, well, I can get both more value out of this Charizard's Weather Ball with a Water-type Weather Ball. With this Pelipper switching makes it even harder for Charizard to have a great time, saying, well, I can deal with the sun, the fire moves boosted by the sun. It's like, what can you do with the rain-boosted water moves that are also coming from the exact same Pokemon? Makes that a little bit harder. And so without Tyranitar's special defense boost in the sand and the rain boosting up the damage, to say nothing of Pelipper also being able to click Weather Ball itself, it looks like Michael has been backed into a corner in this final turn. As, yeah, the Corviknight just really put him on the sort of the bad foot at starting out, which, you know, I think he played to it well enough, but you know, Sean just had a very simple play in front of him and just went for it, just like now, saying, well, there's no reason for him not to go for Weather Ball. And there it is. And, oop, Tyranitar does survive. Okay, there's maybe. Oh, just the knockoff. So no Rock Slide. So looks like Pelipper will be able to go for another
same
attack.
type attack boosted Weather Ball from Charizard, still nearly one-hit KOing Tyranitar on the other side of the rain is crazy. That's so much damage. Tyranitar is known for being very bulky, a veritable mountain of stats, especially when it Mega Evolves. But yeah, that's not going to be enough here. Pelipper setting up the tail end, saying, just in case. I'm going to make sure that I go first and just end this on the next turn.
Yeah, just to ensure. All right, you're probably not going to get a triple protect, and Michael will not be even going for it. The Earth Power will be enough to pick up the final 2% on that Tyranitar and get Sean into the 2-0. Well, 2-0, and now is a 2-0 player in this tournament. So cleaving his way past these other players. So yeah, really exciting matchup here. I really liked seeing Sean's team in action. These double weather teams I think are very dynamic.
Very fun to watch.
Yeah, really fun to watch. There's a lot of interesting things that can be happening. When do you switch in? When do you want what weather? When is it beneficial? And then also throwing the Tyranitar in the mix also makes things even more complicated.
How do you play around your opponent? Also trying to play around the exact same thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to be thinking about. So I really like watching this team in action. It's just so dynamic and expressive on how you want to approach matchups. Where it's like, do you go for the rain mode? Do you try to go for the sun mode? Do you try to mix and match them as you please? And when do you bring that sort of? There's kind of like three different cores. There's the Pelipper, Chaladon, Swampert, and then the Grimmsnarl, Charizard, Venusaur. You kind of think of it like that. Though Grimmsnarl works in both modes as well, but. If you do the sun mode like Sean did in that game too, you kind of have that one awkward pick where you're like, I have to bring one of the rain guys, but like, do I want to? In this case,
ended up working out pretty well.
Yeah,
right?
I think Pelipper obviously bringing Pelipper there is great because you have that nice I can switch in Pelipper over at Sand again, get that rain boosted weather ball, get that attack off, and then Tyranitar doesn't appreciate that. Did survive, which is still crazy, but
a lot of damage though.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Still showing, I think, that Sand is quite a potent archetype in this form. All the weathers are pretty potent in this format, and so it's great to see them being adapted from and being, chimera'd together with rain and sand together. I'm curious. So we've seen like sand and snow together. We've seen rain and sun together. We're just getting all the combinations put together because, being able to get the advantageous weather and remove your opponent's weather is so important. When Charizard's not in the sun clicking Heat Wave, the game gets much easier.
For the opponent.
For the opponent. For you, it might be a little bit harder, but
Yeah, you definitely want to. I want to call me when we have a rain sand team.
Rain sand team.
Let me see like sun hail.
Sun.
Excuse me.
Sun
Snow.
There's not gonna be
Never
hail.
Going to be hail. Sun snow. Let me see some of those more interesting hybrids.
I could see that.
This is plenty interesting though. We saw Sean use it to great effect. Pelipper was definitely the odd mon out, so to speak. But like you said, just being able to get rid of the sand was super beneficial.
Yeah, that's kind of the name of the game. And so, yeah.
I don't get the weather I want. You don't get the weather you want. But
nobody's happy.
But it benefits me more because I planned for this.
But I'm less unhappy than you are, so it'll be fine. Yeah, great. Great stuff. I'm really curious to see how far these teams can go. Of course, these are two 1-0 players, so they'd won their previous match. We've got a couple more rounds to go before we jump into our top cut and see gets crowned the victor here today. So this is just round 2 out of, we'll see how many actual rounds we have. But I think that's all we've got for round 2. So we'll be back in just a little bit of a break before we jump into round 3 of Swiss. Is that right?
2 + 1 is 3.
Yes. So see you then.
All right, so we've got Chris versus it starts TR. I can't make out the rest of the name.
Trey.
Trey, Chris running the Mega Metagross Primarina, Life Orb Dragonite. We have a Focus Sash Blaziken, Mega Raichu, and the Sinistra. And Trey running a team that harkens back to what Dawe was running back at the North American International Championships previously, with the Incineroar, Milotic, Sinistra, and that bulk up Culberberry Ceruledge. Also has a Mega Raichu on their side, but supplemented by Mega Staraptor instead of the secondary Mega Metagross that Chris has.
This Raichu matchup is going to be pretty crazy. It's going to be a battle of who's willing to not Mega and see who's going to try to absorb Zap Cannons with Lightning Rods. Maybe they'll try to hit each other with Focus Blast. It'd be interesting. We see Raichu and Ceruledge hitting the field for Trey, and we got Primarina and Raichu on the other side for Chris.
Yeah, so we immediately have the Raichu mirror that you were talking about here. Both Raichu probably want to fire off Zap Cannons into the other targets on the sides opposing Raichu, but it's just a fake out from one Raichu to another. No Mega Evolution just yet, and Raichu going to flinch on the other side. Bitter Blade coming out from Ceruledge doing a ton of damage to Mickey on Chris's side, nearly 80%, and a Hyper Voice follow-up going to also do a ton of damage back. So just a bunch of damage being slung left and right. No Mega Evolution, no Zap Cannon, no Focus Blast, nothing like that. But a bunch of damage coming out from the secondary offensive Pokemon.
Yeah, Chris's Raichu moved first, and I know this is only the first interaction we've seen from these trainers, but it could be important to keep in mind. You never know how fast Raichu has been invested with speed. The fake out turn was pretty interesting. Well, it wasn't I figure both Raichus are trying to fake out each other, right?
Very likely.
We'll never know what Trey was going to do, but we do know that Trey is deciding to Mega Evolve now.
Yeah, opting to Mega Evolve, deciding, okay, it's not worth keeping Lightning Rod around in case you do Mega Evolve. I need more damage output potentially here. And Chris going to possibly get the better side of that deal, protecting Raichu, not Mega Evolving, retaining that Lightning Rod ability, and Trey unable to pick up Raichu with the follow-up Shadow Sneak there. And Lightning Rod keeping Primarina safe, meaning Primarina gets to fire off another attack here, going to just pick up a double knockout and immediately putting Chris at a 4-2 advantage. Chris looking like he's in a really good spot now.
Yeah, that was an insanely well-positioned trade there. There's not much Trey could have done besides sneak the Primarina plus Focus Blast it, but that's not enough damage, and the end result would be both of his Pokemon knocked out. Yeah, Chris correctly identifying that keeping Raichu's Lightning Rod was going to get him through that turn, especially keeping Raichu around, period, protecting from that Shadow Sneak. That was a pretty hefty Bitter Blade coming out from Trey's Ceruledge.
Oh, actually immediate forfeit. Wow, coming out from Trey here. Trey deciding, okay, I am so far behind from turn one. I think it is more important to go into game two and preserve the information of what Pokemon I had in the back rather than trying to win out from going forward. So that's very swift single turn game. No, two turns. Very quick two-turn game. And we're going into game two. How do you think they adjust from here?
Honestly, I like the pairing on both ends. There was a Lightning Rod user plus something that could soak up the fighting type Focus Blast attack. Like Ceruledge soaks it up by not taking any damage, and Primarina just, its fairy typing allows it to resist that. So I really like that pairing. However, for Trey, Bitter Blade can't match what Hyper Voice does into both of those Pokemon. So it's not necessarily that the pairing is a bad pairing, it's just not good into Primarina plus Raichu. So perhaps we see a different choice of Pokemon, something that can maybe take that Hyper Voice a little bit better. The two Mons I'm seeing here are Sinistra and Melodic, just because they resist Hyper Voice. And you get like a battle of two like mermaid type Pokemon. Primarina's mermaid. I don't know about Melodic. Snake.
Probably mermaid adjacent. Sea snake, possibly. Anyway, going to hop into game two, and you see Trey sticking to their guns, saying, okay, no, I can make this work. I just need to play it a little bit differently. And Chris deciding, well, if it ain't broke, I'm not going to fix it. And we're in immediately the same potentially rocky lead situation.
Yeah, you got to wonder what Trey's plan is here. Like, Bitter Blade plus there has to be a follow-up attack from Trey's Raichu that would be able to knock out Chris's Raichu in turn one. Perhaps like Fake Out plus Bitter Blade could do that. I'm not too sure how strong the fake out is going to be onto Chris's Raichu, but that's assuming that he wins the speed tie as well. You see Mega Raichu coming out for Trey, or if it could be a Focus Blast into Chris's Raichu.
Yeah, Mega Evolving is how you get around Focus Blast being the infamous Focus Miss, and Raichu Mega Evolving means that it goes first because it is faster than the Raichu on the other side, because Chris did not Mega Evolve their Raichu. So Fake Out going into Primarina. Primarina doesn't get to do anything on this turn. We see Bitter Blade coming out from Ceruledge doing that similar 80% damage, and this turn looks a lot better for Trey.
Yeah.
Ceruledge is now at full health. Raichu, Trey's Raichu is nearly at full health. Raichu is going to be threatened by a Shadow Sneak on the other side. Ceruledge definitely has more room to move around, to maneuver here, now that it's not a single Hyper Voice away from getting KO'd.
Yeah, I like that interaction. Raichu on Trey's side going for Protect, as well as Chris's Raichu going for Protect. So it's a battle of Ceruledge versus Primarina. Ceruledge going for Shadow Sneak into that Protect, so Primarina is free to fire off a Calm Mind here. Calm Mind is a good option because with Lightning Rod preserved, that threat is still like handled on Chris's side. And this leads to a Hyper Voice that possibly gets the one-hit knockout, as opposed to just being a two-hit knockout like we saw last game.
Yeah, definitely much stronger Hyper Voices on deck now for Primarina. That turn was very quick. Both trainers immediately knew what they wanted to do. Raichu going to leave the field. Sinistra coming back in here, not going to provide any healing because Primarina is at full HP. Primarina going to protect because it doesn't want to take a potential Zap Cannon here. And Ceruledge firing off the Shadow Sneak, still going to do very good damage, attempting to pick up that Raichu, but no need for it, right? It has left, and Shadow Sneak is still very good damage into the Sinistra, which is now nearly down to half, but Sinistra is in a good spot to protect Primarina from any attacks coming out on this turn.
You're right. Like, you just click Rage Powder and absorb the Zap Cannon from Trey's Raichu. So all eyes are on Ceruledge. Ceruledge finish the job and take out this opposing Sinistra. With Sinistra going down, then that means Raichu on Chris's side could come back in and continue to provide that Lightning Rod support later in the game. Trey's Raichu switching out for Incineroar, so looking to not press the gas pedal, but just get some defensive play here. Rage Powder coming out from Sinistra, allowing it to protect Primarina from what could have been a Zap Cannon. Ceruledge is going to pick up, hopefully, with this Bitter Blade. Akaberry on Sinistra's side, allowing it to resist, or at least take neutral damage from that Bitter Blade. Ceruledge healing up nothing as it was at full health, but Sinistra taking a lot of damage, and Hyper Voice, wow, taking a almost two-hit knockout with a critical hit on Incineroar.
That's a big critical hit there. I would expect Incineroar to be able to survive a +1 Hyper Voice, but Incineroar being KO'd immediately as it enters the field. It doesn't get to Fake Out, Intimidate, does nothing in the current board state, and Raichu's kind of forced back in here, and Ceruledge barely holding on, is able to barely survive that +1 Hyper Voice, but 1% HP is not enough. And I feel like it's important to note Ceruledge's Bitter Blade normally heals half the damage that you deal with it, and it's a very good move. But Ceruledge has not been in a position to actually capitalize on the healing that it's been getting from that Bitter Blade. It keeps moving before it gets hits. It gets hit by attacks from the Primarina, which is deciding to protect on this side. So Shadow Sneak, yeah, it can come out, it can pick up the Sinistra, but Primarina is going to be safe on this turn.
Ceruledge sticking around for that extra 1% health that it has is actually super problematic for Chris, because that's a Pokemon that cannot be faked out and has Shadow Sneak priority, as we saw into Sinistra, as well as into Chris's Raichu that's coming back in at low health. So it's just a matter of what Chris is willing to do here. Is he going to click Protect with his Raichu? Is he going to just try to attack? Luckily, with Primarina being at +1, I wonder if that allows it to take the Zap Cannon from Trey's Raichu. Perhaps it's bulky enough to just withstand it without the help of Lightning Rod redirecting it.
Yeah, Primarina normally trained to be pretty bulky and has pretty good special defense naturally, so I would expect it to be able to survive a Zap Cannon from Raichu on Trey's side, but we'll have to see where our trainers' heads are at. Does Chris, for example, have the Metagross in the back? Maybe he is hesitant to Mega Evolve Raichu because he wants to preserve the Mega Evolution for Metagross in the back, because Raichu's already only at 20% HP. Both Pokemon protecting on Trey's side because Chris does have Fake Out pressure on this turn. Fake Out is going into the Raichu, and Primarina free to act, but does not elect to get another Calm Mind up, instead firing off a Hyper Voice to no avail.
Yeah, so I see Trey's idea there. He's trying to double protect to call Chris's protect on the Raichu, burn that turn, and then the following turn, Ceruledge is able to pick up the knockout on Chris's Raichu with Shadow Sneak. However, Chris did not go for protect. That means he can protect now, and that means, you know, Lightning Rod's around for an extra turn, and that's why we see Raichu switch out into Milotic for Trey.
Yeah, Milotic, pretty good switch into Hyper Voice, +1 or no. Raichu going to protect on Chris's side. Ceruledge actually getting the double protect here. That's pretty important. Is able to hang around for one more turn. Hyper Voice coming off, or firing out here, going to do, let's see, pretty solid damage into Milotic. Milotic normally known to be pretty especially bulky, so takes that with aplomb, heals up a little bit with those leftovers. But we're still in a very similar spot. Ceruledge still can Shadow Sneak the Raichu on the other side.
Raichu could also switch out though, and that's problematic because if Trey wants to preserve Ceruledge for that Shadow Sneak prowess, then that means either trying to get a triple protect or switching into his own Raichu, which could feint to this +1 Hyper Voice. Blaziken hits the field for Chris's Raichu and takes the Shadow Sneak comfortably. Milotic on Trey's side goes for Hypnosis, but misses on Primarina, and Primarina fires back with the Hyper Voice, doing a bit of chip to Milotic and getting that last 1% of HP on Ceruledge. So Trey is down to his last two Pokemon, being Milotic and Raichu Y.
Yeah, Mega Raichu going to be forced back in here. Will have Fake Out pressure, will be able to fire off Zap Cannons if it wants to, but crucially, Chris has still not Mega Evolved Raichu on his side. Still has Lightning Rod in the back to switch in if he wants to. So Trey's got to think, do I want to click Zap Cannon? Because there's every possibility that Raichu gets to do nothing, and seeing how much damage Hyper Voice did to Raichu in the previous game, +1 Hyper Voice might be enough to pick it up from 86%.
Right, it might get that knockout. So yeah, like you said, like it might come down to having to call what this Blaziken does. It elects for Detect, protecting itself for the entire turn. Raichu, it's not moving first. First, it's a Primarina protect, so a quick double protect to scout for this Fake Out target here. It landed into Primarina, but Primarina protected. Milotic followed up with a Muddy Water, which would hit both. And, you know, when there's a mud, there's a way. Muddy Water's actually drop could be what Trey needs in order to come back into this game. Or maybe if Hypnosis had landed on Primarina the previous turn.
That definitely would have helped. Another reason to protect Blaziken on this first turn is access to that speed boost. Blaziken now at +1 speed may be trained to outspeed the Mega Raichu on the other side. However, this Mega Blaziken is special. It is running Heat Wave and Aura Sphere with poaching to support its teammates. So I would be hard pressed to see it one-hit KOing Raichu on the other side. So Blaziken actually going to forfeit the speed boost, switch out immediately into the Raichu, but Raichu's not going to be able to take advantage of Lightning Rod on this particular turn, as Mega Raichu from Trey is going to protect, but a crucial Muddy Water miss onto Raichu means that Raichu sticks around, even though it raw tagged into an attack from Milotic.
Oh, wow, that is not what Trey wanted to see, but Trey wants to see the accuracy drop. Nice, and a Calm Mind. So Chris really cementing his position here. To be frank, it wasn't too threatened. As long as he brought in Raichu, it could take the Zap Cannon with this Lightning Rod ability. So Primarina setting itself for the long run against a Milotic that also has leftovers. This -1 accuracy, we're going to have to see how it comes into play.
Yeah, Primarina stats going in both directions on that turn. Another +1 to special attack, +1 to special defense. Primarina now +2/+2 specially. So is definitely very threatening and can absolutely soak up any hits from these two Pokemon from Trey. Assuming no critical hits, there's always the chance for a critical hit. That's assuming Zap Cannon is ever able to connect, because Chris has done an amazing job of preserving Lightning Rod in this series. We see Focus Blast has to come out because Trey is thinking, I have to be able to click an attack that does damage, and Hypnosis going to miss the Primarina as well. Things not going Trey's way at all in this game, and Moonblast going to pick up the KO on Mega Raichu Y, leaving Milotic all on its own in the face of a Raichu that still has Mega Evolution available.
Wow, Trey really needed that Hypnosis to connect to have a chance at this. And now it's really hard to see if Milotic can take a Mega Raichu Y Zap Cannon. Milotic's pretty especially bulky, and it's at 95% health. After a Protect, it'd be at 100 health, but still, that's some pretty hefty Zap Cannon. But like we say, when there's muddy water, there's a way. And Blaziken also does not like water in the back, so we'll just have to see how the damage tacks on. Mega Raichu Y coming out for Chris. About to launch a spicy Zap Cannon here.
Yeah, we finally see the Zap Cannon animation in this set. And it's just enough to cleanly one-hit KO this Milotic on the other side. I was expecting it to be able to survive one Zap Cannon, but no, one Zap Cannon, it's down. Milotic is out of here. That was a very quick set. Raichu was super pivotal in that game.
Yeah, Raichu on both sides, quite frankly. Like, we saw how in Game 2, Trey was able to leverage its speed gained from Mega Evolving in order to win the Fake Out war, right? And that was pivotal because Chris clicked Fake Out into Trey's Raichu to try to stop it from clicking Fake Out into Primarina. Very impressive gameplay, especially from Trey. Like, he knew what he needed to do. He needed to click a raw, normal 60% accuracy Hypnosis into Milotic, or into Primarina. It went for Muddy Water, the turn that Chris's Raichu was switching in. Hopefully he's trying to tack on that that damage needed to knock it out. But unfortunately, 3 dice rolls, they all landed on the side he didn't want.
Yeah, unfortunately, that accuracy drop, though it did come through, was not quite enough for Trey to be able to salvage the situation. Primarina never missed any attacks. If that Moonblast had missed onto the Mega Raichu, that could have been very important. Being able to keep it around for another turn, but was not to be, unfortunately, for Trey. Very well played game, though. Raichu was so important. It is fun to see Mega Raichu Y mirrors, because you get to see base Raichu actually be very important.
Yeah.
Right? Because Lightning Rod is so impactful in the mirror, because Zap Cannon is such a big threat. Having things paralyzed, like guaranteed, is a very big threat. And if you can mitigate that while being able to make up for the fact that you don't get your own Mega Raichu for a while, yeah, it's pretty important. And Primarina is a good Pokemon to do that, because it is, as we saw, so bulky. Its typing is so good. Water Fairy gives you so many helpful resistances.
Right, exactly. It was really cool to see normal Raichu have its stake in that matchup, as well as the Mega. Zap Cannon hurts. It's quite impressive damage. It makes you wonder how Mega Raichu X is doing with the Electric Surge. It's just, the damage output is just not there compared to Mega Raichu Y.
A lot of differences between the two.
Yeah, honestly, I loved watching this game, even though it was so short. I thought Trey, despite having lost it, played really, really well. I'd watched them in Swiss as well, and they were playing very well. Chris, though, he's been on a fiery streak. He's won the past 2 locals. Yeah, a bit of a tear. Last 2 locals, he's the winner of not just 1, but 2 like World Championship screen cleaners. Very prestigious event, I may say. Yeah, it's good to see Chris 3-0. But Trey has all the likelihood of making top cut here, just at 2-1. Could maybe afford another loss, but hope to see him stick around and come to more locals in the future.
Yeah, they're definitely not out. Definitely still possible to make top cut. Looks like we are being signaled to end our cutting, so we will keep quiet for now. Stick around for round 4. That'll be starting soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for Swiss round 4 out of 5 of our Lumina Tour Championships here today. My name is Zach. I'm joined by Mitchell, and we've got a very exciting round. Some 2 players we'd love to see on stream. An old face for some people who have watched Pokemon games of yore. Mitchell, I think you want to talk about some of these,
Yes.
these 2 legendary players.
Yes. We got to start with Omari Travis. He's here today. I've been seeing him show up to some locals, and he's been in the standings, and it's been incredible to see a player that's done almost all of it just coming back.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of a backstory. Omari started at least in 2010. He might have started Pokemon a little bit sooner than that.
DGC, yeah.
He made 2010 Worlds. He made 2014 Worlds, where he was on stream famously with his Mega Garchomp team against Seijun's Pachirisu. Yeah,
Yes, that was the
Park,
first time
yeah.
we got to see Seijun's Pachirisu on stream officially.
Yeah. Awesome team builder. One of his most influential team reports is like a hyper offense report where we get to see bad intents, evil thoughts. Right?
Oh, yes, the legendary post about like how to play
hyper offense.
Yeah, back in an era of the game where that wasn't as much of a common thing, right? The conventional wisdom is you wanted a sturdy Pokemon that could handle a lot of different threats, and Omari was really one of the big innovators on like, oh, you can make a consistent and high skill floor team that is an offensive team.
And to put a little bit more, last few little bits of respect on Omari, in 2017, I believe he stepped away to play Pokken. He made regional finals of 2017 Seattle, has dabbled in Tekken at that point, and now he's here. He's in the area, so the same place he plays Tekken, he's now playing for Pokemon. And before we get into the teams, Tarun is the underdog in this situation. He's been working really hard behind the scenes to try to get better at this game, and he has improved quite substantially, so we're going to see how he plays off against this old head here.
Yeah, it looks like we got the graphics switched up a little bit, so Tarun is going to be the one running that Mousehold and Staraptor team against the Metagross and the Grimmsnarl of Omar. Yeah, of Omari. And Omari's Metagross is crazy. There is no Protect on this Metagross. It is Shadow Claw, Psychic Fangs, Thunder Punch, and Body Press. There's only attacks on this Metagross. And of course, Metagross, pretty bulky, especially combined with Grimmsnarl's screens with Light Screen and Reflect, as well as Parting Shot. And this Grimmsnarl also has a weird team building choice in its move, its attacking move of choice. Usually you see Spear Break. This one has Brick Break to fight opposing screens. Also, they give a little bit more problems for that King Gambit that normally can be pretty potent against the Metagross and Grimmsnarl combination. Of course, not really relevant right now, but the Staraptor is certainly going to pose a bit of a threat if Omari's not able to deal with it quickly.
Yeah, Tarun is looking to set up something with this Mega Staraptor here evolving. It's supported by a Mousehold, and this Mousehold is Focus Sash with Friend Guard. It comes paired with Charm and Feint, as well as Follow Me and Protect, so really interesting move pool. Omari is going for the Mega Evolution with Metagross. Grimmsnarl clicks Reflect, a smart play against 2 physical attackers, if you consider Feint Mousehold even one. Charm comes out onto Metagross before it can attack, so...
And no clear body.
Yeah, no clear body anymore. This is a clearly timed close combat into Metagross, allowing Staraptor with its contrary ability not to get drops from it, but increase defensive stats. So it took that Psychic Feigns from Metagross pretty well, considering that it's a Tough Claws boosted Psychic. Oh, yeah. we gotta factor in the fact that it's at -2.
Yeah, the Charm putting in big work there. Where now Staraptor is like kind of off to the races, where it's really hard to see how Omari can like immediately put real meaningful damage onto this Staraptor. The Staraptor does not carry Roost, right? So all the damage is permanent. So it might against like a Roost Staraptor, you might be saying, all right, well that 35%, that's not super meaningful. But this one, damage is permanent. There's no Sinistra, there's no Roost, there's no option for health recovery. So what you see is what you get with the Staraptor. The health bar is only going to go down from here. And interesting to see a Parting Shot needing Grimmsnarl to get out the way post-haste, but of course not wanting to Parting Shot that contrary Staraptor, instead going to Mousehold, which doesn't really matter. It's not like you need to see -1 feints, but the Charm instead going on to the Staraptor this time, saying, well, I can get a +2 boost to this close combat.
Wow.
So did a lot of damage before. How much does it do now?
A lot of extra damage, enough to get the knockout on Metagross. So
one might say
neutral close combat into a +2 close combat. That was quite impressive. I didn't immediately recognize that synergy with Charm, and Omari, I'm not sure what he could have done there, considering that Staraptor had the speed advantage. Now, this Staraptor does have dual wing beat instead of Brave Bird, which makes sense because it can't heal off its damage. Tailwind is a interesting supplementary choice there, but you know, you have to think about the team building that's come out from Tarun. Being protected by a mouse hold means there's probably less need to be clicking Roost and more need to be clicking like offensive attacks, more need to be setting up on a turn that mouse hold goes down with that Tailwind. So perhaps Roost isn't necessary if you're taking all the knockouts and bulking yourself up enough, especially with that Fen Guard.
Yeah, I kind of like the approach of saying, well, I don't need Staraptor to be around forever. It just needs to sort of trade positively in the short term, and I can pick up the pieces in the end game, which I quite like. Speaking of big damage from the Staraptor, it is now at +2, and our Chaladon is doesn't have any boosts to its stats, so our Chaladon is looking like a very juicy target for this Staraptor's next close combat, which we'd imagine it would be going for here. Staraptor, though, does have to be a little bit worried about the Pelipper's Hurricane, but instead Staraptor going to be going for a Tailwind as Mousehold keeps it safe with this Follow Me.
Right, here comes that play that we were noticing that Mousehold could allow itself to go down as a Tailwind comes up, which is a really, really positive trade, especially because you don't want to take this Electro Shot, right? You're certain that Mousehold will faint this turn, so this puts Tarun in a really strong position where he has not only a +2 attack Staraptor, and it's at +1 defense as well, and special defense.
+2 special defense. We got 2 close combats off.
Oh, it did? It got 2. Yeah, this is 2-2-2. Yeah.
The Staraptor's basically, this is basically Dondozo Staraptor, right? It's +2 and everything with Tailwind boot for +2 speed.
This is the end game boss, but in the early game.
In the mid game, right?
Yeah, in the mid game now.
And now Dragonite gets to be the supplemental offensive force alongside this Staraptor. This Dragonite is, you know, just sort of an offensive one with Dragon Fang and Dragon Claws, this most meaningful offense into Pelipper. And we're still once again in a spot where our Chaladon is very scared of a potential close combat into that slot where it feels like Tarun kind of has to go for that to make sure that our Chaladon doesn't get a big Electro Shot off. It is at +1 now. Its next Electro Shot would be at +2, which might be able enough, which was probably enough to just bust through that the bulk that the Staraptor has now gained. And Dragonite, you know, going to be looking to try to get some damage probably onto the Pelipper, but with just a Dragon Claw, probably won't be enough to get a single KO here. So I think Omari wisely saying, well, I kind of need to keep Staraptor, or need to keep myself safe from Staraptor, and Staraptor kind of also needs to, you know, keep that our Chaladon honest.
Yes. Dragonite launching that Dragon Claw, which does a respectable above 50% damage, considering that there's Reflect on the board. Staraptor takes his Hurricane. Not super comfortably, because now it's in the red, but, you know, this position has not really changed for Omari. He's still in threat of close combat. Plus, not even, it doesn't have to be Dragon Claw. It could just be Extreme Speed. And this, oh, wait, no. Sorry, I looked at the HP bars incorrectly. There's 2 birds on screen. Pelipper, Staraptor. I'm sorry.
Too many flying types. Look at all these wings.
Yeah,
our Chaladon's feeling left out.
I felt like Tarun could have gone cute and just clicked Extreme Speed. But no, this would just be a Dragon Claw coming out.
Yeah, I think like Tarun might just go for the same thing again, right?
Yeah.
It seems like it's hard for Omari to really take advantage of that all that much. Our Chaladon will be saved for later as Grimmsnarl, sort of the sacrificial gremlin to take this presumed close combat, and here it comes.
Yes. That was that was a Grimmsnarl. That was a Grimmsnarl.
Keyword was.
Yeah. Honestly, you don't want Grimmsnarl as the last offensive piece on the board. Whoa, wait,
okay.
Pelipper's right. Okay.
Pelipper. Let's go, Pelipper.
We have a game.
Pelipper.
That was an interesting damage roll.
Yeah, that
surprised me.
That looked like a near maximum roll on the first Dragon Claw and a low roll on the second one. So Pelipper kind of cheats death here, gets the KO on Staraptor, and now things are looking a lot closer for Omari as the big sort of answer into our Chaladon has been actually removed here. So a really great play by Omori, sort of recognizing, okay, I've played Pokemon enough. I know how damage rolls work. I know this is maybe a chance that my Pelipper, as bulky as it is, can tank this attack. And now, you know, it's still 2v2, but our Chaladon is looking a lot more capable of potentially closing out this game. Still uphill, but maybe doable.
Yes, this Dragonite is carrying Low Kick, which, forgive me for not knowing my damage calculations. I don't know if it does more or less to this Archaladon than a Dragon Fang Dragon Claw.
It should do a little bit more, but our Chaladon is deceptively not that heavy. It is kind of a lightweight bridge.
Right, yeah.
So Low Kick is only 80 base power,
80,
where you might expect it to be closer to 100 or 120, but it's not that much, all things considered. But of course, you have to remember every consecutive attack that you do into our Chaladon is going to do less and less damage, provided physical attack. As the Extreme Speed just picks up Pelipper, get that off the field, and Gholdengo is able to go for a Shadow Ball here. There's a lot of damage to that Archaladon, and I imagine we're going to be seeing our Chaladon going for Protect every other turn just to get as much value out of those leftovers as possible. Electroshot also a great option to take advantage while the rain is still up and get those special attack boosts that will Amari's really going to need to help get back through this game. There's 2 more health bars for him to deplete.
Yes, you're going to have to hope that Electroshot can pick up a knockout here on this Golden Go, because now it doesn't, and we're in this position where Omari's or Chaladon is going to have to take 2 attacks here. 2 attacks that are guaranteed to hit. Our Chaladon's no longer the specially bulky behemoth it once was, as there's no Assault Vest in Regulation MB, so it's not going to like taking this second Shadow Ball plus a low kick. I don't think clicking Protect and having leftovers is going to be enough health, but I do have to say he knew his outs. He knew his out was to let Grimmsnarl take that close combat, as our Chaladon could solo possibly in this end game. It just didn't really work out that way. With a critical hit, Golden Go picks up that knockout. 1 more knockout for the spreadsheet, and you start thinking about game 2.
Yeah, so I think it kind of that critical hit sort of speeding up the inevitable here. It didn't seem like Omari had a great path through that. He brought it close, right? Did what he could. Certainly commendable in that regard, but that early game really did not have favorable trades for him, right? Staraptor was not only doing insane damage, especially after that charm,
right,
but it was taking damage very comfortably. Like that Psychic Fangs did like 30%. That's insane. That's a super effective Psychic Fangs from a Mega Metagross, and it did less than half. Like significantly less than half. That feels incorrect. That's all the.
That should not be possible.
That's the close combat boost. That's the charm. That's the friend guard. There's a lot of things stacking in that Staraptor's favor, but it sort of let Tarun get a very early advantage to sort of comfortably ride that out and just sort of throw damage out with his Golden Go and Dragonite and get things done that way. So, I think the Metagross starting out for Amari just really couldn't quite do enough to get the job done. I think really that there was great targeting by Tarun to make sure that Charm made sure that Metagross didn't do a whole lot there. I wonder if there's the option for Omari to just say, well, I have faster options. Maybe I can just have things that move before the Staraptor, that move before the Mousehold, that sort of pressure Mousehold to follow me more. And if it's following me, it's not clicking Charm, which is either lowering Omari's damage or boosting Staraptor's.
I see the Pokemon that do that, Zach.
I think there are 2 of them.
I think there's 2. There's Basculegion and Swampert. Yeah, Basculegion and Swampert.
Yeah, so I think maybe committing a little bit more heavily into the rain mode might be more beneficial for Omari here. Where the Grimmsnarl sort of, the screens were nice, but I felt like he was kind of losing tempo, right? Where Grimmsnarl was taking an entire turn to make the team bulkier, and Staraptor's doing that while outputting a lot of damage.
Yes, yeah. It quite is a damage race there.
And when Staraptor's getting, double values, getting boosts and damage, it feels hard. You need to match that a little bit more quickly.
Yes. I do have to point this out. I am in love with the trainer's style choice. I mean, Tarun's trainer's looking very fitted, so did Omari's. But we're not here to analyze that, Zach. We're here to analyze the board state. We could be. But
Metagross Grimmsnarl on the rerun here, so Staraptor and Mousehold once again. So Omari thinks if something went wrong, it's not in the lead choices. It's going to be something later down the line that could be improved to make sure that things go a little bit better this time. As Grimmsnarl really didn't feel like it was that impactful, but you have to see what the switch up Omari is looking to make. Maybe just saying, well, I'll just not Mega Evolve my Metagross.
Exactly.
Which could be a real thorn in Tarun's side if he goes for that charm and just entirely wastes a turn.
Yeah. Granted, you'll take a lot more damage from close combat, but
I mean, it got KO'd to 2 of them anyway, so
yeah. But being able to ignore charm could be exactly what Omari is going for here. Staraptor, of course, going for the Mega Evolution for Tarun. You'd be hard pressed to see it not click that. And Metagross
he does have the right choice. You could save that, but yeah, Staraptor makes a lot more sense to. The close combat gets significantly more potent when you have it Mega Evolved. And Metagross also going for the Mega Evolution, so maybe baiting Tarun, saying, "Are you really going to risk me not Mega Evolving again a second time and go for that charm?" But nope. And so gets it this round.
Excellent.
Charm
Gets it right.
Instead goes into Staraptor. And the other thing to note, these are both Pokemon with the exact same speed stats, so they might be speed tying. And if they are, Tarun has won every one of them with this Staraptor going a little bit faster than this Metagross. But the Psychic Fangs will come out and not charmed this time, so that's way more damage. Way more damage. And once again, now Grimmsnarl feeling a little bit more potent, right? That Reflect kept Metagross on the field.
Yes, and now you're in a position where last game we saw Hurricane just barely miss the knockout on Staraptor. That's a guarantee.
It's in range now.
Yeah, it's in range now. The Mousehold really showed off what it means to be a friend, right? That +1 plus the friend guard is allowing Staraptor to stay on the field a little bit longer. So now for Omari, he's just got to get a turn in which he can safely, or maybe trade for it, knock out this Staraptor. But that requires getting around the Mousehold. And if Grimmsnarl's on the field, its only recourse is to really click Brick Break or just Parting Shot out. And those aren't really things that get Mousehold off the field. They're just things that
Grimmsnarl off the field.
Get you a different position, right? So maybe we can see a play where Omari is sending in this Pokemon, and then Grimmsnarl can come in and take a sacrificial close combat in order to get a clean KO. There's a lot of options at play, and Basculegion's one of them. So one of the many things that could outspeed Staraptor here has hit the field. Close combat picks up that knockout into Metagross, and excuse me for not knowing, but what do you think Mousehold's going to do?
I mean, Mousehold just click that follow me, so we're not going to see anything else from it. But yeah, I was thinking that like that turn 1 from Omari was pretty good, got a lot more value than the previous turn 1 from game 1, so that was good. But this turn 2 still feels pretty costly, where Omari has to try to reposition because Metagross is within KO range. Grimmsnarl is really not in a position to do a whole lot, and so has to reposition and kind of loses Metagross kind of for nothing for it. Crucially though, gets Basculegion on the field, and Basculegion is in a great spot to now put the pressure on, because that is not a Pokemon Staraptor can freely close combat for damage and boost at the same time. Has to now spread his damage between close combats into the Pelipper, which isn't going to do a whole lot, or going for dual wing beats, which with Reflect are probably going to be missing a KO onto either of these Pokemon. And Mousehold is under threat, but of course still has that Focus Sash, so it's not going to get KO'd before it can potentially move on this turn.
Right, exactly. If Omari chooses to click Wave Crash to get a lot of damage down, then that's also going to eat into his health points. But flip turn, correctly identifying that he might want to preserve this Basculegion a little bit longer, just break the Sash.
Not take as much recoil.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Nice Grimmsnarl can now come ping pong back out onto the field right where it once was, and Staraptor does go for the dual wing beat this time, so Grimmsnarl very fine to take that. If you're Mario, I love taking that. Having Grimmsnarl take that instead of the Basculegion. Basculegion's health is so much more important. Hurricane might have been going towards that Staraptor, but Follow Me means that it will hit Mousehold instead, and so Mousehold finally removed Staraptor a little bit more exposed.
Yes. But the Pokemon that was outspeeding Staraptor is now in the back.
Yes.
So that does present some problems. At least Omari was able to preserve it, right? It might have fainted to Wave Crash plus dual Wing Beat despite the Reflect being up. So just a matter of how you navigate these turns. Clicking Parting Shot is your one way to get Grimmsnarl off the board, but because Parting Shot is Prankster boosted, that means that Basculegion coming in could be just opening itself up to getting dual wing beated. So this turn has to be played very, very carefully by Omari if he wants to have his chance here.
Yeah, and we're once again like in a spot where Grimmsnarl's really not contributing a lot, right? Once again, 2 flying types. Brick Break is going to do pretty meaningless damage. Light Screen doesn't really do anything in the short term. Reflect is already up, and as you said, Parting Shot kind of opens the door for Basculegion to take a lot of damage on the switch in, which Basculegion is going to be the most important offensive threat in the near future. So that's really important to keep safe. One thing to note though, this Pelipper is not the usual one. This one does not have Weather Ball. It has Ice Beam, and that means Dragonite has to be a lot more terrified of this. Grimmsnarl will just go for a Light Screen though.
Yeah, so Omari's probably seeing that he doesn't want to switch out and just, eat a lot of damage to this Basculegion. But Tarun is identifying that is protect the Staraptor this time. And Pelipper does not get the good end of that trade there. What could have been an easily knocked out Dragonite from this Ice Beam is now instead a Pelipper sitting at 51% and Staraptor still healthy and still clean. Tailwind could have been an option too from Omari, but in these high-stake battles, trainers have to work with whatever metal they have and whatever information they have at their disposal. So, Tarun, I think he made a pretty safe play. Dragonite's not throwing too much, and this damage is really meaningful in the Pelipper. It breaks its Focus Sash, allowing the Staraptor on Tarun's side to pick up the knockout the following turn.
Yeah, so the Dragon Claw seems a little bit risky. Like, you could lose Dragonite that turn, but it guarantees you get meaningful damage on Pelipper. But now suddenly it's range of being KO'd by another Pokemon, be it Golden Go or the Staraptor right here. Basket Legion now comes out on the field,
Ooh.
but Tailwind is set up now from this Staraptor, so that speed advantage it once had might be going away here, as Dragonclaw now with the parting shot makes sure to not get the KO onto Pelipper, which means Hurricane can land true onto Staraptor, and despite the close combat boost, it will be enough to pick up that KO, and so we're finally down. Omari finally has the Pokemon advantage, but Tailwind is certainly a force in Tarun's favor here, as Golden Go once again hits the field, and things are still looking a little awkward.
Yes. Mari's going to have to figure out a way to get this Basket Legion to take not just one, but 2 knockouts, while also not being knocked out by a Shadow Ball from Tarun's Golden Go.
It might survive. Light Screen is up, and you know, Life Orb Golden Go is strong, but you know, Basket Legion's got pretty reasonable bulk naturally, so we'll have to see exactly where that damage calculation lands. I'm not entirely sure, but I think there's a chance. And Pelipper still, you can't really, you have to kind of respect it a little bit. It can at least Ice Beam that Dragonite, and that is a thing you have to worry about.
Yes. Shadow Ball is coming from Golden Go into Basket Legion, and it does survive. Your calculations were correct. Golden Go taking a little bit of chip from Life Orb, and now all eyes are on Dragonite.
Or
Just kidding, it's on Basket
Legion's
Legion.
faster anyway. Even with the Tailwind, Dragonite's just a little sluggish here, not faster than this Choice Scarf Basket Legion. Doesn't need Swift Swim, just has that Scarf. Doesn't need the Rain to be faster, and Dragonite wants to make sure it does not get hit by a big Ice Beam from this Pelipper. I really like the Ice Beam choice in Pelipper. I think that's a really smart choice, because the Dragon types are kind of a threat. Garchomp is kind of a threat into this Archaladon you often want to field, so I like the Ice Beam choice, and you know, made Tarun have to, you know, respect that Pelipper against his Dragonite a whole lot more. And now you'd love to extreme speed Basket Legion, but you can't quite do that.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if you tricked Rain Target on a Basket Legion, you know, an item that allows it to get hit by normal moves.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you see a Ring Target anywhere on this?
No, I don't. I do
Maybe
see
next time.
Tarun has to take this parting shot first before he can land a Dragon Claw into this Basket Legion, which is going to attack first with Last Respects, but does it get the knockout? It does, with a critical hit.
Okay, we'll never know if that really mattered. This is inner focus Dragonite, so it's not like multi-scale was minimizing that damage, so not sure exactly how much that mattered, but Omari does clutch it out there, I think, with really smart use of Basket Legion, and kind of got enough out of Grimmsnarl. I said earlier, oh, Grimmsnarl doesn't really do anything here, and it clicked Light Screen, and that Light Screen won Omari the game, right? Saying, okay, well, I can Light Screen against these 2 physical attackers because I know there's a Golden Go in the back, and I know that with Light Screen, even with that Life Orb, Golden Go's Shadow Ball is not going to be quite enough to pick up Basket Legion, and Basket Legion is the piece that can close out the endgame with just 2 quick Last Respects.
Yes, that was impressive choice of what to bring to the battle, because Archaladon was really a liability against a fighting type that boosts its offenses and defenses. Like, sure, it's part flying. It gets hit by Electro Shot, but that's if it can even get the Electro Shot off.
Are you going to get that off? Also, like, there's also the Raichu you have to be scared of as well, right? Where you can click Electro Shot, and then Raichu comes in and Lightning Rods that away, and then you've just given a +1 special attack boost to get promptly obliterated by Focus Blast. So there's certainly, I think, I liked Omari's adjustment in Game 2. I think Basket Legion gave him a lot more initial offense, where, you know, Archaladon's a lot better in games where you can take a hit and heal up and get a stamina boost, and like, I don't think Tarun's team really gives Omari much room to do any of that, really.
Right. I don't think Tarun necessarily played poorly either. Like, I think he got baited a little bit by what we were thinking as Metagross not Mega Evolving and having Clear Body, and he just went for Charm on himself, whereas he would have been in a much better position if he did Charm Omari's Metagross. Right? Like, the health ended up mattering. It took not 2 Hurricanes to take out, but just 1.
Yeah, just one. Like, that extra damage, well, it was, you know, twice as much damage as it took the turn before, and that was very meaningful in terms of, you know, the pacing of when Staraptor goes down and when Golden Go hits the field, and when Omari's able to, you know, position these offensive Pokemon in the right way, sort of the dominoes fall in his favor instead. And yeah, I think we're going to be seeing the same leads. And yep, there we go. Metagross and Grimmsnarl and Staraptor and Mousehold. I think if I'm Tarun, I'm probably thinking, yeah, well, if Omari was fixed on going for Grimmsnarl Metagross after Game 1, where things really didn't go well, after Game 2, he's certainly going to be more convinced than ever that this is going to be he's going to be sticking with his guns here.
Right, yeah. And now we got this little game of chicken where, you know, it seems like Omari's not necessarily keen to make Metagross stay in its base form, but it's always certainly an option. It could have just been in game 2 that Omari needed to make the play in order to win, and the winning play there was to just, know that Charm was not going to happen into Metagross. But now we're in this position again, so it's not going to be a horrible trade if he gets it wrong. It could cost him 1 extra turn in the long run, and we didn't see that come into play last game with Basculegion, but it could certainly come into play this game.
Yeah,
Metagross evolving before Staraptor.
And Staraptor's not even Mega Evolving at all.
Wait.
Tarun found a way out of this guessing game.
Yes.
Instead deciding, well, what if I just protect and charm? Like, that seems relatively safe. Mousehold's not going to get KO'd this turn. And that's exactly what happened, right? Reflect comes out, Charm goes into the Mega Metagross. And now things are certainly in Tarun's favor, where he's sort of gotten 1 step ahead without risking any damage on his Staraptor. So now Staraptor can go for a close combat. But the tricky part is, where do you close combat? Because I'm sure, like, Omari is very well aware that that's going to be what's happening, and got to imagine there's, the Pelipper in the back and that Basculegion, especially Basculegion, perfect thing to switch in on a potential close combat, but no switches.
Yeah,
just the Mega Evolution. Staraptor once again going into its Mega form with that big evil glare in its eye.
It's burden up. Yes. Mousehold is clicking Protect this time, whereas normally would have seen it charming its partner, but to block the parting shot.
So that means Grimstar really can't get out of here, and so it has to take... Oh, no, it doesn't have to take this close combat. Metagross will instead, and does 33%. So the next one after a charm might not be enough to get there. We'll have to see. Staraptor does take this... what is that? Psychic Fangs reasonably well, as we saw in game 1. And once again, these Pokemon potentially have the same speed there. They are potentially speed tying this whole time, and we've never seen that happen. Tarun's just always going first, but they could still be speed tying. We don't actually know for sure.
Yeah, you never know on the battlefield what's going to happen next.
Yeah, and Mousehold kind of protects itself. Well, no, it stopped the Grimmsnarl from switching out, but like, I mean, you can just do it again. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world. So
Mario electing to just straight switch into Basculegion to take a close combat. Charm being placed onto Mega Staraptor, now giving it that +2 that it was known for and feared for.
I told you
moves first.
It's a speed tie, so Metagross finally goes first, but because of that, here's the close combat. Is this enough to pick up a Metagross?
It is.
So that looks like that looked like maybe a damage roll. So
that Metagross had a notable 67%, now at a 0%, and Tarun is perhaps in the driving seat, right? Like, Mousehold has its Focus Sash intact. Sure, Basculegion hit the field. It could deal with Staraptor, but it has to answer to this Follow Me first. And so we're going to come into plays where if Basculegion wants to get to that Staraptor, it needs to flip turn off the Mousehold, which requires you to switch into Pokemon to eat the next close combat. And then at the same time, the partner has to take that extra turn to take out Mousehold. There's a lot you got to ask for in order to get into the position that you want against Tarun.
Yeah, there's some interesting, there's like a positional puzzle Omari now has to solve, where, do you just go for Parting Shot into Mousehold and flip turn into Staraptor? I like potentially
soak up the close combat.
Go
I
for
like
the double
this.
switch,
I like
go for
this.
and then do that. Where like this is the awkward part. Like Grimmsnarl feels like a really easy Pokemon to use sometimes. Like, oh, I just set it in and set screens and then it goes down. But like there's those turns like this where it's not super doing a lot, so you have to figure out, all right, what is the way to actually get value out of this Grimmsnarl? And it might be Parting Shot in the face of this now. Follow Me, keeping the Staraptor safe once again. And no, Basculegion going first, so there's no Prankster boosted moves from this Grimmsnarl, so I'm just seeing a Brick Break, potentially, hopefully for Grimmsnarl's sake, pick up the KO onto this Mousehold as Pelipper joining the field once again as the 4th and final for Omari.
Yes. Pelipper setting the rain, making it drizzle a little bit.
Dual Wing Beat, though, it's not close combat, so Pelipper takes a huge amount of damage on the switch.
Yeah. And Grimmsnarl going for that Brick Break.
Oh, no!
And it is not enough to take out Mousehold.
No, so close.
That is so unfortunate for Omari.
Yeah, that is really, really bad for Omari.
Man.
So close. Yeah, Mousehold now is at 1 health, and yeah, like the problem is that Omari really needs to remove Mousehold so we can really get at Staraptor. It's just hard to actually hit Staraptor, behind the Follow Me and the Friend Guard when it's collecting up these boosts. And so Mousehold, yeah, no reason to not just get another Follow Me out of the way, keep Staraptor healthy, and now Staraptor can, time this perfectly. You get the Tailwind, You lose mouse hold, and then suddenly you have a golden go also within Tailwind. But Amari,
Tailwind is matched.
Tailwind is matched, and Amari knows that this can happen very easily. So says, all right, well, I'm not going to just let you get that free Tailwind and free switch. I'm going to make sure that you at least don't get the Tailwind part of it. So Amari doing what he can to make this out of this dire situation. So Basket Legion Choice Scarf still active in the back.
Yes. And, you know, Reflect would have worn off at this time, but because of Grimmsnarl's Light Clay, it allows it to stick around 3 extra turns. And those 3 turns against Tailwind are going to prove to be pivotal here, as we saw Basket Legion soak up that... oh, no, it took Shadow Ball from Golden Go before.
Yeah, but there's no light screen yet. So Grimmsnarl might be looking to get that up in the near future before it gets KO'd by what you imagine would be some close combats moving forward. So yeah, Grimmsnarl saying, well, Brick Break is pretty meaningless damage into these two. Let's just get the light screen when I know I can do it before I get absolutely pummeled by this big close combat. And yeah, Grimmsnarl goes straight down to that charm, that +2 close combat from Straptor. And Straptor's kind of getting out of control. Pelipper moves first, though. It's faster than this Dragonite, interestingly.
Yeah.
Goes for that Hurricane. There's Staraptor down, so it is a 2v2, but Dragonite might have one more thing to say about this.
Yes, but if it takes that knockout on Pelipper, which it does, that means that Basket Legion's Last Respect is going to be increased 3 times.
Yeah, 200 base power?
Yeah, 200? What was a critical hit against this Dragonite in the previous turn the previous game to guarantee that knockout? Now it's, you know, certainly going to be guaranteed, right?
Yeah, I would think so. And now we're in an interesting spot where it's you know, Tarun just kind of has to guess, all right, where is Basket Legion going to attack? If it last respects Golden Go, I would like to protect Golden Go. If it last respects Dragonite, I would like to protect Dragonite. We're just kind of in a guessing game here where Tarun is going to need 2 attacks to hit into this Basket Legion, barring a critical hit Shadow Ball from Golden Go here. Dragonite probably can get there with 2 Dragon Claws, so it really needs 2 attacks. Needs to find a way to weave 2 attacks in, which means needs to call
protect.
Needs to call where Basket Legion is attacking and protect that slot. And I don't know. This looks it's just coming down to who guesses where.
Yeah, this is pretty stressful. That's why we're here and not there.
Yeah, I don't want to be. This is like one of the awkward spots where you're like, all right, well, just kind of the cards land where they may. Golden Go is protecting. Where does Basket Legion go with this Last Respects? It's into the Dragonite.
My
is Dragonite bulky enough? No, it is not. Dragonite is down, and now, as we saw, even well, the Tailwind is irrelevant, right? There's Tailwind on both sides, so Choice Scarf Basket Legion can go for this Last Respect, and yeah, there's the Last Respect. This is certainly enough. Cleans up the Golden Go. So Omari, by the skin of his teeth, claws it back, claims the victory, and you can see, I think this guy's pretty good at this game. Yeah, after all these years,
there's no rest to be shaken off. He's always had it. That was incredible.
I mean, got the call right at the end of the game. Right, it was kind of just like a pick Dragonite or Golden Go. Which one's it going to be? Picks right. Gets that value, and barely gets. Looked like a really rough matchup, but I really liked. I think one thing that it's very tempting to do when you lose a game as kind of convincingly as Omari had lost in game 1 is to say, all right, well, that didn't work. Scrap the whole game plan. Try something completely new.
Different, but no.
I think you've noticed with a lot of like seasoned players like Omari is that they make subtle adjustments, right?
Yes.
Saying, okay, well, that didn't totally fail, right? There was key points that didn't work out. So how can I subtly adjust things so that, it actually ends up working? And we saw that in game 2 and game 3, just small little micro decisions that sort of made that macro scale game plan work out a lot better. Still very close, right? Not very much hard for Omari to find out exactly how to do that, but ooh, that was an exciting game. That was a very exciting game.
Yeah, that was exciting to watch Omari clear that puzzle. But honestly, if you're Tarun, you cannot be unhappy with that game.
Yeah, that was a great game. That was
well played on both sides. And Tarun, quite frankly, game 3, turn 1, he cooked Omari's goose. Yeah. He got us. Yeah, we didn't even know he was just going to click protect and then charm into the Metagross.
Wait, you can just do that. You can just protect and then charm. And you were like, well, I'm not risking
There's no punishment to that either. Yeah.
Or there was, but it's such a call out. It's so hard to go for like, I'm going to target the mouse hold here. Because like, that's not the big problem. Like it's really, you want to get like the damage on Staraptor while you can, because charm is pretty likely in the beginning turns before mouse hold suddenly becomes liable to get KO'd once its focus sash gets broken and chipped down and all that stuff. So yeah, wonderful adjustment here. I think if I'm Tarun, I'm saying, well, it came down to a call at the end. I lost that sort of coin flip there. It happens.
Pretty much was a coin flip.
Yeah, but I made Omari play super well to even get into that spot. And so, that's kind of what you have to do at the end of the day, right? You can't win every game, but you can force your opponent to play as well as they can. And I think if that's your goal in life, I think Truant achieved that very much as well, even despite the loss here today. But yeah, what an exciting game.
Something to be proud of. Makes me want to see Omari keep coming back.
Yeah,
I'm still like,
I don't know about the Grim Snarl, but Omari definitely proved me wrong. Saying he got so much value out of it.
Did.
Even the Pelipper, I was like, is Pelipper that great here? But like matching that tailwind that the tourney did in game 3.
Oh,
he needed to do that to get back into it. So
plenty of good calls, plenty of great calls.
Yeah, I think the fundamentals carry over, right? Omari's been playing in quite a while, but you really couldn't tell.
Yes.
You really could not tell.
I love these teams, by the way. These teams are really cool to see in action.
Right. They don't see like huge deviations from sort of more standard teams, but there's notable differences that I do think are meaningful, right? There's not like it's not like an entirely new archetype or anything. We've seen these sort of Raichu, Staraptor teams, but with Arcanine and King Gambit and other things, but I think the Ceruledge and Golden Go are a lot more interesting of adaptations that play really that have different dynamics, right? And I think Mousehold plus Staraptor, after seeing that thing's really potent.
Who needs healing when you just knock out everything?
Yeah, like the pacing of it feels really cool, and also like traditionally we've been seeing like Staraptor plus Whimsicott and saying, well, what if I have Mousehold? Like that gives me a whole other dimension that I get to play with. You still get the charm stuff, but you also get Follow Me to like keep Staraptor around for that key moment that we saw Tarun go for time and time again, where he knows Mousehold's going down. It's clicking Follow Me. It has to happen. So he can just click Tailwind that perfect turn and like set himself perfectly to in an offensive position to close out that game. And Omari had to be so conscious of that the entire game and make sure that he didn't just like instantly get checkmated by that Tailwind scenario.
Yeah, that was a very fine line to navigate.
Yeah.
And
beautiful stuff. All right, that's round 4. This is things are only getting better from here. Yeah, exciting game 3. I think we could keep gushing about this game forever. That was great. Yeah. But we're gonna wrap it up and go to a game. We're gonna jump to round 5. Round 5 in just a moment. We're getting there.
Whatever you say.
Round 5. So we're gonna take a short break because I can't talk anymore apparently. And we're gonna jump to round 5 in just a little bit. So don't go nowhere. We'll be right back with more action here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our 5th and final round of Swiss here today. I'm Zach, joined here once again by Ben. We've gotten rid of Mitchell. He's going to the bathroom. And we've got more exciting games coming up. That last one was an absolute doozy, so I'm really excited to see what we have in store today. Or for this round, I should say, we've got a Dragalge, one of your favorite Pokemon.
I really like Dragalge. I like seeing Mega Dragalge get use. It's a very cool team. I have not seen this combination of Pokemon before. Mega Swampert plus Mega Dragalge plus Mega Raichu. It's a triple Mega team. You don't see those very often, along with Sableye and Sinistcha for very firm support roles, and that Archaludon. This is not a team I've seen before. It's got to be Rain Dance on that Sableye?
Yeah, there's Rain Dance on the Sableye, but there's a little bit graphical error. That's not a Raichu, it's a Pelipper with a Damp Rock instead, so...
Okay, wow, okay, we're flipped around. All right, it's a Pelipper. That makes more sense. I was like, wow, that's really spicy. Alpha's going crazy over here. This is still a very cool team, though. Double Mega is a lot more standard, but Swampert Dragalge is definitely not something that I have seen before, and that's actually Geo's team. Geo is running the Rain team. Dragalge, yes.
Yeah, and Alvin's got the Blastoise team with that water. It's got doesn't have water spout. This one has water pulse, fake out, dark pulse, and aura sphere. So a bit of a just damage trading, doing as much damage as possible. We got a choice Scarf Garchomp and Aerodactyl to round out the speed tiers of this otherwise rather slow team between Blastoise, Farigiraf for that Trick Room setting, and then Sylveon and Mawile as the slower Pokemon that can just do a lot of damage. Once the dimensions have twisted.
Yeah, this should be definitely a fun one. There are some Pokemon that we don't get to see very often, looking mainly at the Mawile and the Dragalge. We'll have to see if either of them do show up in this particular game. I hope they do. I think Mega Mawile is very cool. I'm personally a fan of Dragalge. I'm fully biased in that way. And we're going to hop right into it. I'll monitor the Blastoise alongside the Farigiraf being led for Alvin, and Geo leading with the Dragalge. Yes, we do get to see the Dragalge and the Sableye.
Yeah, if I'm Geo, I'm immediately happy that the Dragalge is here instead of immediately happy that the Blastoise is here instead of the Mawile, as Mawile cannot really take any damage from Dragalge, as Dragalge's poison and dragon type attacks are immune to Mawile. So Blastoise being the choice is a lot better if you are Geo here. So immediately happy about that. Sableye is in a position where it can be as annoying as it always is. There's, of course, the screen's potential with Light Screen and Reflect. This one has Light Clay, so it can, just sort of bolster up the defenses, let Dragalge play this long game, as it does have Toxic, in order to really start wearing down Alvin's Pokemon, which is going to be pretty nice, since the only Steel type might not have been brought.
It sure looks like it hasn't been brought, because Blastoise is going to Mega Evolve immediately on turn 1, indicating Mawile probably not in the back. You probably don't want to bring base Mawile. There's a reason you don't see it very often in competitive play, and we see Mega Evolution for Mega Evolution as Dragalge is also donning its
Luscious Locks,
its regal seaweed form.
Crown form, yes.
And Sableye going to set up the Light Screen immediately. Makes a lot of sense. All of the damage on the other side is special. Water Pulse coming out from Blastoise, still doing very good damage. That Mega Launcher ability putting in work there, but Blastoise takes that with aplomb. And Psychic from Farigiraf still doing a sizable amount of damage to Mega Dragalge. Mega Dragalge extremely specially bulky, and does a good amount of damage as well, as we can see that Sludge Bomb doing nearly half to Mega Blastoise and critically picking up that poison.
Ooh, yeah, that poison is going to be chipping away at these Pokemon, which is great. This Dragalge does not have Protect, notably. It has Dragon Pulse, Sludge Bomb, Toxic, and Flip Turn. Of course, with the Regenerator, Flip Turn kind of, acts a little bit like Protect. You get to switch out, heal a little bit, come back in later, get some more Toxics down. I do like the play from Alvin, though. Getting the damage with Psychic is meaningful, sort of pressuring Dragalge off of the field. Sort of say, all right, well, get it off the field, we'll deal with the Pokemon you have in the back, and then slowly chip away, and then once you kind of get rid of everything but Dragalge, you can sort of target it down, and while its defenses are great, it's going to struggle to deal with consistent damage output from multiple Pokemon at a time. At this point, Geo's kind of gotten good damage on the Bowser, but yeah.
Bowser.
Yes, the Bowser, but no Flip Turn this time, just immediately switching out, saying I don't want to take another Psychic before I leave the field. As a Sableye, free to go for just another Light Screen, no reason to go for a Rain Dance, and can't Will-O-Wisp quite yet. But the Aura Sphere calls the Archaludon coming in, saying, well, if you switch out into Archaludon, which is the Psychic resist you have on this team, you're going to take a lot of damage from that, and ooh, yeah, Alvin calls this perfectly. Also gets Trick Room set up And so Blastoise likely slower than this Archaludon. It's naturally the case. So despite this leftovers recovery, that damage just really stings.
Yeah, that's through the light screen. Aura Sphere from Blastoise. Mega Launcher, again, putting in work, doing a lot of damage. It's non-same type attack boosted Aura Sphere coming out from Mega Blastoise.
Basically same type of attack.
Basically
Mega
with
Launcher
the Mega
is
Launcher
basically
ability, but still, that's a lot of damage. It's very easily a 2-hit KO, even with that leftovers. Even if we give them, even if Archaludon protects and gets another turn of leftovers recovery, it might not be able to survive another one. And as you said, Blastoise probably slower than this Archaludon, and Sableye not really doing very much here. Can't Will-O-Wisp anything because of Farigiraf's Armor Tail ability. Probably doesn't want to set Rain Dance up because Blastoise is still here and would threaten even more damage with that Water Pulse.
Yeah, so Sableye kind of forced off the field at threat of doing nothing here. So Sinistcha is a great Pokemon to be switching in this situation. Heals up that Archaludon alongside the leftovers, sort of shrugging off that Aura Sphere quite well. The Psychic will go into the Sinistcha to chip it down a little bit. That special defense drop, pretty meaningful though. That means the next Psychic will be doing noticeably more damage. Here's another Aura Sphere, but that Hospitality is critical, keeping Archaludon in the game as another defense boost comes its way. But at 15%, not going to be super meaningful. But here's another Dragon Pulse to finally finish off the Bowser and get that KO onto these two Pokemon, or one Pokemon. As Archaludon is able to heal up just a little bit more with leftovers, but it looks like its days might be numbered here. But that's one big offensive threat to happy to get off the field. But here's another one.
Here's another one. Sylveon coming onto the field here. This is Sylveon with the, where is it, Fairy Feather? Yes, that's what I thought. So it is equipped to do a whole lot of damage. And we also need to point out that that Farigiraf Psychic on that previous turn actually went into Sableye, and Sableye normally is immune to Psychic. So Alvin definitely calling that Sableye was going to be leaving on that turn, saying there's no way you leave Sableye in here. It's not doing anything on the current board state as it is, and gets that turn absolutely correct. Not only gets meaningful damage on Sinistcha, but that special defense drop means that Sinistcha is extra vulnerable to damage from Sylveon on the other side, and Sylveon primed to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Sylveon is in a phenomenal position here where Archaludon's kind of been compromised. Sinistcha is also, not the big stopgap for Sylveon you'd love to have. And Sableye is just kind of a sacrificial gremlin here. We see a lot of those as the Psychic goes in that slot, doesn't do anything here, but ooh, no, there's just the, wait, what? What? Archaludon goes for Electro Shot next? Isn't Trick Room up?
Yes, I thought Trick Room was up, but Archaludon is going before Sylveon.
Oh, this is a really fast Sylveon, but
Sylveon must be very quick, but Archaludon, okay, that was not what I expected to happen on that turn. Archaludon goes down, so it is as if Sylveon went before Archaludon on that turn. Was it because it went for Electro Shot? Perhaps Gio was anticipating a more defensive maneuver from Alvin there, but definitely gets punished for it.
Yeah, really bad here is now Sylveon just kind of gets a double KO for free. Hospitality heals up the Dragalge, which is all well and good. And Dragalge isn't in a fine enough spot. Light screen is still up to keep it safe from Farigiraf Psychic. And the Psychic, the poison type damage from Dragalge will be meaningful into Sylveon, absolutely. But this is a tall hill to climb, right? We see two 100% health bars on Alvin's side, and there's another one in the back we have no idea who it belongs to yet. While Gio, what you see is what you get. This is all the health that's going to be there. The Sinistcha can heal up a little bit with Matcha Gotcha, but there's no real prime targets for that now that the Blastoise has been knocked out, so it'll only be healing incidental amounts of damage on top of that Citrus Berry should it activate here. But yeah, Sylveon's still in a great spot to start dishing out some damage if it can not get taken out by the Sludge Bomb first.
Yeah, it is going to protect, but Gio makes a very good call here, saying there's no way you leave Sylveon out and exposed, yes, exactly. So gets a toxic poison onto the Farigiraf on the other side, but has to eat a Psychic from Farigiraf for that, and that's a whole lot of damage. And Matcha Gotcha is going to come out, but like you said, these are not optimal targets for Matcha Gotcha. It does connect, so will chip down Farigiraf a little bit more. That's solid damage.
That's pretty good damage, yeah.
Nearly 30%, but
I think
you're gonna need a lot more of those.
Yeah, but it's getting there, right? Gio's getting there. I think one thing we might have neglected to mention is that this Farigiraf is kind of doing pretty meaningful damage to the Strigalgi with Psychic through that light screen. That indicates, especially alongside the Matcha Gotcha damage, that this is a more offensive Farigiraf. The Sylveon is also more offensive, so it takes that Sludge Bomb not very well at all, as the Psychic is next to go into that Strigalgi, which again stomachs that hit from this more offensive Farigiraf thanks to that light screen, as once again another Matcha Gotcha comes out, and Sylveon is gone, and that is yet more chip onto this Farigiraf. So looks like Strigalgi, or sorry, Sinistcha might be kind of the MVP for Geo here, able to close this game out potentially with just more and more Matcha Gotchas. We'll have to see what is in the back for Alvin.
And that Toxic Poison is adding up on that Farigiraf turn after turn. That's going to do more and more damage, and eventually no amount of recovery will outdo the amount of damage it does. And Aerodactyl is the last one, which is not what I expected to see here. This Aerodactyl is the Focus Sash set, so we'll be able to take any one hit. Ooh, what can it do in return, though?
Ooh, but the one thing is the Aerodactyl has Wide Guard. This Aerodactyl does have Wide Guard to keep it safe from the Matcha Gotcha. And Sinistcha does have Shadow Ball, though, so Shadow Ball can hit everything but the Farigiraf, as it is a normal type. So I think we're getting into a really sticky end game here with, you know, weird mind games between, well, the Aerodactyl wants to click Wide Guard to keep it safe from Matcha Gotcha, and then who's faster between the Farigiraf and the Strigalgi. Now the Trick Room is now over. Sinistcha can also Rage Powder to keep the Strigalgi safe from the Farigiraf. So yeah, this is a really awkward situation. The Psychic does go first before the Strigalgi into that Sinistcha, which takes it well enough. And here's the Sludge Bomb doing a lot of damage and picking up the KO on it to Farigiraf. So Alvin's got just this Aerodactyl left, and I think we have to say it. When there's a Rock Slide, there is a way.
It's Aerodactyl.
Put it on a t-shirt. That's
same type attack bonus boosted Rock Slide.
I mean, Aerodactyl's no other attacks. There's nothing else for it to do but miss Rock Slide onto the Strigalgi.
It is plenty capable of missing Rock Slide, as we see here.
I've never seen Aerodactyl miss Rock Slide before, but good job for Aerodactyl.
It's a reasonable amount of damage. Does get the flinch on Sinistcha. We're getting somewhere.
That's the true Rock Slide experience.
But Dragon Pulse doing 70% Aerodactyl. Unless Alvin gets very, very lucky in the following turns, we're probably heading into a game 3 with Geo taking this one.
Yeah, well, see, there's, you know, more Rock Slides, more KOs. We'll have to see. There's only one thing Alvin can really do, which is just click Rock Slide and hope.
Let's connect.
Let's connect, see if it flinches. It gets a critical hit onto the Strigalgi. I'm not sure if it mattered. Aerodactyl hits reasonably hard, but, you know, we'll see. Does this flinch? No, the Shadow Ball will come out. Sinistcha crucially does have Shadow Ball. Otherwise, it would be a lot more awkward with Wide Guard mind games, but Shadow Ball gives it a clean option to just close out this game, not worry about missing a Matcha Gotcha. And Alvin takes a pretty hairy game 1 to put him up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, I'm not feeling super confident if I'm either player in this situation.
Yeah, that was a weird game.
Definitely dicey. The Electroshock turn with our Chaladon especially sticks out to me as, that was interesting.
Yeah, that was a curious choice, but I think, you know, maybe an aggressive sort of prediction saying, well, things are pretty bad. Maybe if I can get this call right, then, you know, suddenly I'm back in a better spot. Or, you know, maybe Electroshot is just the first move in the move slot, and Geo's kind of scrambling to figure out what to do and maybe timed out. I wouldn't have blamed him in such a, you know, weird position given, you know, this is
not a matchup I would have prepared for.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward position, I think, for both players.
If I'm either player, I'm thinking, I have never seen this
how
before.
Fast? Like, why is the Sylveon so fast? What is it better to be in Trick Room? Why is this Tailwind up? Where's the Blastoise speed tier at? How fast is it relative to our Charizard? Like,
how do I deal with Damp Rock, Pelipper, and Rain Dance on Sableye?
Yeah, there's some awkward things going on here. So I think the Sinistcha proved really, really good for Geo, as Alvin doesn't have a great way to get rid of it. And by great way, I mean much of anything. There's kind of Blastoise Dark Pulse, and it's the only big way.
Which is a very solid way, to be fair.
Yeah, and Mawile Sucker Punch, I suppose, as well. But otherwise, there's really no clear ways of doing great damage. Okay, Farigiraf also has an... Okay, the more... No, that Energy Ball doesn't hit Sinistcha. What am I talking about?
But it's great against the Swampert on the other side.
Yes, that kind
of... It's a really good reason to run Energy Ball on something like Farigiraf. You'd squarely aim that at Swampert.
Yeah, which otherwise Swampert kind of goes to town on the rest of this team, as it's, you know, Wave Crash hits kind of everything for really great damage except for that Blastoise, which you can, you know, hit with the likes of Sinistcha and, you know, things like Earthquake and Electro Shots from our Chaladon. So I think Farigiraf is a very important Pokemon in this matchup. We saw just how much the Psychics were doing as we jump into our game 2 here. I'm curious how these players adjust, because I think they got some crucial information not only in how the speed tiers match up, but how these players are looking to approach this game And yeah, we definitely have adjustments here. Sylveon and Blastoise are the leads for Alvin against the Swampert and Sableye for Geo.
Yeah, immediate adjustments for both players here. Geo immediately pressuring the rain-boosted attacks from Swampert with the aforementioned Rain Dance on that Sableye, meaning I don't have to switch in Pelipper to activate the Rain. I can do it manually myself, and it will move before anything else. But no, Swampert actually immediately leaving the field saying, actually, I don't want Rain right now. Our Chaladon switching in, which would also like to receive Rain, to be fair.
Yeah, expecting a potential Dark Pulse Water Pulse, the other Pulse from Blastoise into that Swampert is the most damage it can do, and our Chaladon can take that well enough. Or the Fake Out, even better play. Catches that Fake Out, gets a free stamina boost. Not super relevant against these two, but against a potential Aerodactyl or something in the back could be very nice. Blastoise does Mega Evolve still, no reason not to, and the Light Screen will help take this Hyper Voice just a little bit better. Still a lot, but better.
Sableye does survive the Hyper Voice, so helps out in that regard.
Yeah, that's nice. That's good.
Does have access to Rain now if it wants to, but as we saw previously, Sylveon's actually faster than this Archaladon, so that kind of throws a wrench in my plans, I think, if I'm Geo, because I would assume that my Archaladon, all things being equal, would be faster than the Sylveon, but no, not the case here. Archaladon going to protect itself.
Yeah, I do like this Protect and Rain Dance play because you get the Rain onto the field, which is pretty critical, as I think despite Blastoise on the field, Geo is in a position to take more advantage of it. And I was thinking you could, set Rain Dance and then Sylveon clicks Hyper Voice, Sableye goes down, but Alvin knows that is a likely thing that Geo's going to want to do.
That's what the M stands for, it's Mawile.
Yeah, Alvin Mawile is his name.
Alvin Mawile.
But goes for the Moonblast, I think, very smartly, and the Aura Sphere into Archaladon, saying, well, I don't actually want Sableye off the field. I want to keep it there because what Alvin doesn't want to have happen is, Sableye clicks Rain Dance, gets KO'd, and then suddenly you have Mega Swampert and Chaladon in the rain at the same time. That's the position where Alvin could be suddenly losing a lot of ground very quickly. And so smartly says, I'm going to ignore Sableye. What's the worst it can do? It can set Rain. It can set the screen it wants. Like, okay, go for it. I'm still in a fine enough spot. And now he can be in a spot where, well, what happens if you click Hyper Voice plus Aura Sphere? Now Archaladon is really struggling there, depending, again, how fast is Blastoise relative to this Archaladon, we'll have to see. Or we won't. Not yet.
Not going to find out on this turn. Blastoise, Archaladon switching out, saying, I don't want to deal with any of this pressure right now. And Sinistra going to come in, heal up Sableye just a little bit. And Sableye is able to get a Reflect Up. Does not matter yet. Could matter later. Single target Moonblast doing pretty solid damage into the Sinistra despite the Light Screen. And Aura Sphere going to just whiff straight through the Ghost type in Sinistra. So
either Ghost type, really.
Either Ghost type, really. And Geo's now in a better spot, I think.
I mean, it's still a little awkward where, like,
not a lot of offensive pressure, but certainly better in that Archaladon's not being threatened with an immediate KO.
Yeah, it's now kind of a position where, all right, where does Geo go from here? Where you can, Matcha Gotcha to maybe do some good damage to Blastoise. Geo hasn't done any damage yet. That's a crucial thing to note. What?
You do need to do that
damage. Yeah, you do usually have to deal damage to win the game. That's usually pretty important. And so, at this point, it's kind of awkward where, Sinistra does have the Citrus Berry, but it's likely slower than everything else. Sableye kind of just trying to do what it can, gets a Will-O-Wisp off onto Sylveon to start actually doing some damage, which is nice. But Blastoise is still probably faster than this Sinistra, so the Hyper Voice will finally clean up this Sableye and get that off the field and remove Geo's switching options. But I think even after the Citrus Berry, this Sinistra is going to be hard-pressed to stomach this potential Dark Pulse from this Blastoise, and there it is. Sinistra's Light Screen does tank it, and so this is going to be a pretty big Matcha Gotcha if it were to connect on both targets, but
does miss the Sylveon, which is not the target you really want to hit. You want to hit that Mega Blastoise, and that's a lot of damage. Nearly 70% with a critical hit.
There you go.
Going to heal quite a bit from that, and now not only does Sinistra stick around, it is healthier than before and preserves redirection for whichever of our Archaladon and Swampert decides to come in the back, which I think is important.
Yeah, now we can see Swampert is now sort of in a position where it can freely swap onto the field, does not want to switch in and take a rain-boosted Water Pulse and a Hyper Voice or something, so gets onto the field for free and now is in a position, as you mentioned, along with Rage Powder, maybe you can go for something like a Rage Powder and a Wave Crash or something into that Sylveon, pick that up, and then keep the Swampert safe, so it's in a spot to just start knocking Pokemon out as it is wont to do with these gigantic wave crashes. This one also has high horsepower, so it is a single target move that can also not deal a bunch of recoil to it itself as well. So the Swampert is now in a pretty nice spot. So, Geo sort of converted that awkward position the turn before into a much better offensive position, but I don't know if Alvin's going to let him run away with the game that easily.
Certainly going to do his best to work his way out of this position. Garchomp going to switch in for Sylveon here, and Swampert, Geo's been working to get Swampert into this kind of position the whole game, and now says, okay, Hector, adelante, vámonos riendo. And there's a big old wave crash coming out in the rain, and that is just going to clean up Garchomp. See ya, sayonara.
Gromp is gone, but not without a parting gift of a lot of recoil between the low wave crash recoil and the rough skin. Swampert loses just about half its health. Sinistcha didn't go for a Rage Powder, I don't believe, and so that Dark Pulse was volitional from that Mega Blastoise, and so a trade 1-for-1, but I don't know. If I'm Alvin, I'm not super worried about that, right? Garchomp wasn't ever a key Pokemon in this matchup. It's kind of a Pokemon you could use to close out the game if things go sideways. But trading that for half of Mega Swampert's health is not the end of the world here, as, the next time Swampert has to attack, it's probably going to need to be Wave Crash again. He wants to KO that Sylveon, and that's more recoil.
It's also important to note that Rain, I believe, is about to expire. There is maybe one turn of Rain left, and then Swampert no longer has that Swift Swim ability active. May still outspeed the Pokemon on the other side, depending on the training. But given how fast the Sylveon is, I would not take that as a given, which means this is still a little dicey.
Yeah, this Sylveon has been impressively fast so far. And yeah, final turn of Rain is here. Light Screen and Reflect are going to linger for a little bit longer thanks to that Light Clay, but also a crucial note, Geo cannot switch anymore. There's no more switching. There's one turn of Rain with these two Rain-based Pokemon, and so Alvin has to, Geo has to make sure to get a lot of value out of them, and his health bars are only going to be going down for the most part. Chaladon does have leftovers recovery, but we've seen it is slower than the Sylveon, and so Sylveon is in a position to do a lot of damage, but will be keeping itself safe for at least this turn, stall out that final turn of Rain.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, but Swampert going to fire off the single target. High horsepower is enough to pick up the Blastoise on the other side. Perhaps Alvin predicted that and is okay to let a Pokemon go down here, to let whatever is in the back for him come in and try to finish up this game. But our Chaladon gets to snag a free special attack boost in the meantime, thanks to Electroshot in that final turn of Rain.
What do you mean I protected? Electroshot gets the boost anyway. So yeah, still gets something out of the last turn of Rain. So I like that play from Geo, sort of saying, well, are you really going to let me just KO Sylveon right away? Probably not. But to Alvin's credit as well, like, this doesn't look like that bad of a position, right? Sylveon can pretty comfortably KO this Archaladon. The Farigiraf is also in a great spot to pick up the KO on the Swampert. One awkward thing is that, is Swampert actually faster than Sylveon? I think that's going to be a crucial speed interaction that kind of decides this game. If Swampert can KO the Sylveon with a Wave Crash, things are looking a little bit different, but Swampert not going to be electing to do that. Goes for a Protect instead, and Hyper Beam will connect. And where did our Chaladon go?
London Bridge is
it survived.
Nope, London Bridge is actually more structurally sound than I expected, thanks to the light screen that the construction workers put up during implementation of said bridge. And that's a big Flash Cannon coming off. Doesn't quite get the KO, but doesn't need to. Burn is going to pick it up, and Sylveon wouldn't be able to move next turn anyway, thanks to Hyper Beam being Hyper Beam. And energy ball from Farigiraf going to come out, not going to connect on this Swampert, but it looks like Geo's going to be able to take this game. What a dicey set.
Maybe Farigiraf still has Citrus Berry, and has it, like, a Psychic probably gets, no, maybe not. Psychic might not get our Chaladon from here. Well, this is offensive Farigiraf. Maybe he can, I don't know. But potentially 2 attacks from Alvin will be able to pick up the 2 KOs necessary. No reason to save health on Swampert anymore. Wave Crash is all you need, and oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage on
those muscles are not just for show.
Yeah, definitely not. That Citrus Berry immediately have to be consumed by this Farigiraf to help out. Dragon Pulse does enough to pick up that Farigiraf there. So Geo taking game 2 in a very back and forth, awkward game, claims the victory 2-0 against Alvin, and that was a roller coaster of a set. It felt like a swamp of where Swampert. It felt like a swamp. Like who's ahead, who's behind, what's going on. Like it felt felt like a maze.
Yeah, very back and forth. Despite that being a 2-0, you might think, oh, it was a clean sweep. Nothing was clean about that game. That was very back and forth.
Yeah,
I think we saw every single, let's see, did we see, no, other than the Mawile, we saw every single Pokemon on both teams.
Yeah, we saw a lot of whole team players. Yeah, we did not see the Mawile, which I guess it makes enough sense. It's not the greatest Pokemon into Swampert, but I would have loved to see it just because it's a fun Pokemon and its damage is absolutely preposterous.
We could have completed seeing both of the teams throughout both of these crazy games.
Yeah, really curious to see like, if the Hyper Beam adjusted enough to our Chaladon, then maybe we almost certainly would have been singing a different tune as then Friggraf gets that Energy Ball, KOs the Swampert, and we're in a game 3 at that point. But
who knows where we go from there?
Yeah, but the Sylveon, it is modest, but we see it's very, very quick, and so outspeeding crucially that our Chaladon and probably the Swamp. And potentially the Swampert as well. We never actually saw that interaction, but it's possible. Probably spooked Geo into making that protect play, which ended up working. If you're Alvin, you might be kicking yourself and saying, "Oh, on that turn, if I had Hyper Beam and Trick Roomed, then suddenly Friggraf has the speed advantage, can make sure it doesn't take that Wave Crash, goes for the Energy Ball, KOs the Swampert instead." Maybe it's a little bit of a different. It plays out a little bit differently and more in Alvin's favor, but. These speed tiers were so dicey, so non-intuitive that I couldn't really blame Alvin for thinking, oh, yeah, you should have Trick Roomed on that turn where you had Sylveon, the faster Sylveon against our Chaladon and the Swampert, who you didn't know if you were faster or not. Like, in hindsight, it makes sense, but it's kind of an awkward position to play around. So, yeah, a lot of fraught speed tiers kind of made it feel like a more of a closed team sheet game in some ways, where players are playing around this sort of ambiguity, which is always a really fun way to watch Pokemon unfold, where players are sort of assessing how uncertain can I, how risky do I feel like this play is, how safe is it, and playing around that. I would have loved to see a game 3 is those, when they learn these speed interactions, they can play with them in game 3, but Geo just navigated just a little bit better and closed out the game. So.
Yeah, stat alignments only tell you so much.
Oh yeah, only tell them, like there's still a good amount of like things you can keep secret, right? You say, oh, it's a modest Sylveon. I know what that. I've seen that before. And then it moves before your Chaladon, and you're like, never mind, that's new.
Hold on a minute. Let me write that down.
Zooming Sylveon had the zoomies there, that's for sure.
Zoom lens Sylveon.
Not zoom. It hit the hyper beam anyway, so it didn't need the zoom lens. But we digress. That is all for Swiss. Of course, we will be into Top Cut in just a little bit. So, am I missing anything?
Nope. Top Cut shortly.
Top Cut shortly. I can speak words. Top Cut shortly. We'll be back with that, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mitchell, and I'm joined here with not Zach, but Ben Immersion.
Howdy.
And we're here for top 8. We've got an exciting set because we have 2 players we have not featured yet. One of them being Aaron Chain, the other one being James.
James M.
James M.
And these are teams that we have not quite seen. Aaron's running something you've probably seen if you've been looking at and keeping track of Regulation MB. We see Mega Raichu, Mega Staraptor. They have been pretty good friends in this current regulation, alongside the Farigiraf, Sylveon, King Gambit, and that Rockhead Hisuian Arcanine, which I personally like to see. James running something a little bit unconventional and a little bit probably something you have not really seen before, focusing mainly on that Mega Pyroar.
Yeah, which is like, it's a cool team because Kangaskhan is featured on it, and it's been something that's like been a little bit under the radar. It's lost its foothold in the metaverse, I guess you would say. It's
The Megaverse.
right? Yeah, it doesn't provide all that damage, and the coverage is it would be good,
sometimes.
but it what?
Can be a little limited sometimes.
A little bit limited, yeah. And this one is really limiting itself because not only is it not mega, it's also only got 2 attacks. It's got that fabled Fake Out Last Resort combo where after you click Fake Out once, you're allowed to use Last Resort, which requires you to use all other moves first. But since you only have 2, you get 3, if my addition is correctly.
That's
It's just 2.
1 plus 1 is 2.
Yeah, it's just 2.
But sometimes that's all Kangaskhan really needs. This Kangaskhan is packing that scrappy ability, meaning that normal types work on ghost types just fine. Your Cerule Edge, your Goldango, Kangaskhan can hit them all the same. And with that Silk Scarf, Last Resort is going to hit very hard.
The only thing they'd have to watch out for is that Farigiraf on Aaron's side, blocking the priority. You can still click Fake Out, and even if it fails, you will get the Last Resort. It's just you won't get Fake Out's secondary benefit of flinching the opponent and stopping them from attacking. James's team is really interesting because on the screen, that Sylveon should be a Pyroar for James. That's
Yes.
okay. That's okay. I was a little confused too. I was like, wow, this is very interesting offense, I suppose. But
Yeah, the Pyroar is a very important piece of offense for James. Pyroar does a whole
Perfect.
lot of damage even outside of the Sun, but with Torkoal, James has Sun of his own. Without having Charizard, has Torkoal instead, the OG Sunsetter,
Yes.
as it were, if you ignore Groudon. We're not talking about that right now. Torkoal's also packing that helping hand, saying, hey, even if I don't move first, I can give a little clap, clap to my friend Pyroar, and it'll do even more damage. And Pyroar in the Sun with a helping hand boost, even Pokemon that resist fire-type attacks sometimes have a hard time stomaching that overheat.
yes, exactly. And if one helping hand wasn't enough, there's a second helping hand on Farigiraf. So ensuring that its lower offensive prowess isn't overshadowed by it, ensuring that its lower offensive prowess, like, wait, you wouldn't say it has prowess. Yeah, it can make up for that. Exactly. Thank you, Ben. You're the best. All right. Well, we're heading into the match here. We're seeing James send out Tim and Smiley Face, also known as Venusaur and Torkoal, as Raichu and Arcanine hit the field. And I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Aaron's side because Arcanine has super effective attacks into both of these Pokemon, and it's paired with Fake Out support.
Yeah, Arcanine looking very offensively primed in this position, definitely threatening a whole lot of damage onto either slot here. And because of that Rockhead ability means it can fire off Flare Blitzes and Head Smashes as it pleases without taking any sort of recoil damage whatsoever, and supplemented with the Fake Out support provided by Raichu means that it doesn't have to worry about Venusaur circumventing its naturally higher speed stat with that Chlorophyll ability, at least for this turn. After that, it's going to have some choices to make.
Yeah, exactly. It could just be as simple as a quick double protect from James to stall that Fake Out turn and then have the speed control advantage. Venusaur is going to be a little bit scared, though, in front of this Arcanine that second turn because Venusaur does not have a Focus Sash protecting it. It's just got an offensive Life Orb at its disposal. It doesn't even have Sleep Powder in order to stop Arcanine from attacking, and we see Farigiraf hit the field for Torkoal. Torkoal's done its job. It's set the Sun, and now it's up to Farigiraf to block this Fake Out.
Yeah, Raichu going to Mega Evolve on Aaron's side. No reason not to. Does not mean Staraptor is not lurking in the back, probably, but Farigiraf is able to come in, block that Fake Out as Life Orb Earth Power coming out from Venusaur, getting a clean one-hit KO on Raichu on the other side, and that's a big offensive threat, immediately taken off the board. But Arcanine still gets to do something on this turn, and we've been hyping up Arcanine. Let's see what it can do.
Head Smash.
That is not a great turn for Arcanine. We shouldn't have been hyping it up so much.
I mean,
A little too much pressure.
Yeah, a little bit too much pressure. The second turn's still not so bad because Arcanine still is great offensively into both of these Pokemon. The Sun is set, which unfortunately for James, he's the Sun setter, and he's set up Arcanine with a nasty Flare Blitz without any recoil because of the Rock Head ability as its ability choice. But it's got to pick wisely here because if Venusaur is knocked out, that gives Farigiraf free reign to just click Trick Room and reverse the speed order, and then Torkoal hits the field, and you know what happens then. Helping Hand Eruption.
That is true, but if Arcanine is able to get rid of the Venusaur and survive and not take, crucially, an Earth Power from Venusaur in the process, Arcanine is a really good Pokemon as far as it goes to absorb Fire-type attacks from Torkoal. So if it comes to it, Arcanine, because of its Fire Rock typing, is pretty well positioned to be able to do that, but that's not happening on this turn. Venusaur just going to protect, and Arcanine going to follow.
Nice.
Not targeting into Venusaur, though. That's a big Flare Blitz, and Farigiraf takes that really well. That's Sun-boosted Flare Blitz from Arcanine, and it hung on really well. Psychic coming off from Farigiraf. Big critical hit doing nearly 70%, and Farigiraf is double Psychic, but because of the Protect from James, Aaron's Psychic doesn't do that much. That's a lot of damage traded, but no KOs just yet.
James set up the board beautifully because
on that turn, I mean.
Yes, yeah. On that turn, James was able to make it so that the next turn he can click Trick Room safely with Venusaur knocking out the Arcanine or just hitting into a Protect. Aaron's Farigiraf, sure, it could knock out Venusaur maybe with the Psychic. I'm not too sure how much damage it would be able to apply, but essentially Farigiraf is free to click Trick Room here. And what's really nice is the Focus Sash is broken on Arcanine, and that was not present. If he had clicked Trick Room the previous turn, he would have needed to commit a Venusaur attack into it, and now this turn's ensuring that Focus Sash is broken in the remaining Trick Room turn. Solar Beam is the move of choice coming out from James's Venusaur into the protective Arcanine. So, yeah, Thunderbolt goes into Aaron's Farigiraf, so not a Trick Room, and we have to see if Aaron's calling his Trick Room with another Trick Room or just a Psychic into the weak Venusaur for the knockout.
Yeah, this is a very offensive Venusaur Life Orb, as we've seen. Big critical hit, though. That may have mattered.
It mattered.
Normally, Farigiraf is not trained to be that offensive, and based on the Calm stat alignment from Aaron's Farigiraf, probably not that offensively trained. So the fact that Aaron's got to be happy about getting rid of the Venusaur on the other side because it's very clearly been a thorn in Aaron's side. But Como-O now gets to come in, and Aaron's going to have to deal with that. And Arcanine, all of Arcanine's attacks are resisted into Como-O, but how does James deal with Farigiraf in an expedient manner?
Yeah, without Trick Room being set up, that means that I believe Arcanine is the fastest thing on the field now compared to Como-O.
Should be.
Usually
Como-O has that modest
local.
stat alignment as well.
Okay, that's fair. And with a Focus Sash Pokemon such as Arcanine, it's going to be usually trained offensively. So yeah, I don't know what James is going to be able to do in order to establish control of the battlefield without taking too much in response. Like, sure, Como-O could knock out this Arcanine, but has to get past like any attack, and then Farigiraf's attack as well. Head Smash was the move of choice, knocking out the Farigiraf on James's side.
Crucially does connect. Yeah,
crucially does connect. Aura Sphere comes out from Como-O to knock out Arcanine on Aaron's side. So now it is just Farigiraf's turn versus Como-O's turn.
And Farigiraf gets to do whatever it wants on this turn. Was not targeted. Big Psychic doing 80% to Como-O on the other side. Same type attack bonus, boosted Psychic going to do a whole lot of damage to Como-O, who is naturally weak to that Psychic typing, and we see that play out here. So we know James' last Pokemon is that Torkoal, and King Gambit is revealed to be the final Pokemon for Aaron, and I think I'm favoring Aaron a little bit here.
Yeah, I think that King Gambit is maybe a little bit scared of the Torkoal because of the fire typing, but it does get to attack first, so that could be a lot of damage put down on the board, as well as when you factor in the Helping Hand boost that Farigiraf could support this King Gambit with. In fact, King Gambit could even take out the Como-O if it wanted to with a Sucker Punch. Perhaps it needs to be Helping Hand boosted. Let's see, this King Gambit is holding Life Orb, so maybe it could just do it, right? I doubt that Helping Hand Kowtow Cleave could knock out Torkoal on James's side, though, so perhaps Torkoal is just one Heat Wave or Flamethrower. Let's see what it's got. Eruption, Weather Ball, I see. Depending on Sun, we could be in a state where Weather Ball is no longer able to be clicked, and then at low health, Eruption doesn't get to do much. King Gambit went for the Sucker Punch into Como-O to knock it out, so Life Orb was enough to deal the last 20% on Como-O. Psychic does about half to Torkoal, and Torkoal is going to respond with an Eruption. It'll be weakened because it's at half health, but a King Gambit in the Sun, it's certainly not taking that well, and neither did Aaron's Farigiraf.
No, Eruption did quite a bit of damage. That's at half health. Torkoal, Eruption, you can't count out Eruption, does a ton of damage, and we might actually have... Oh, okay, that's really poor timing for James, unfortunately.
Yes.
Sun fades, and this Torkoal's only other method of attack is Weather Ball, in which will now be a typeless move, does not have that fire same type attack boost on top of it. So unless Aaron decides to not attack Torkoal for the next few turns, just to try to have a conversation with it, I suppose, we're going to go into a game 2, and Aaron's going to take this game 1, and it will be on James to adjust.
Yes. It was quite volatile in the first turns, considering that Trick Room could have gone up on either side. As even a play where, like, one tries to call the other one clicking Trick Room, and that was purely the purpose of clicking Trick Room there. But I wonder what James will have to do to adjust. The Arcanine lead on Aaron's side was just too oppressive, I feel, into Torkoal plus Venusaur, because if Venusaur missteps, then it's just knocked out, and Torkoal certainly doesn't like getting off a having to eat a Rock Slide, and it doesn't deal that much damage back with just Eruption or Weather Ball, so it was not the best lead. And considering that Torkoal gave Sunlight to the Arcanine, therefore increasing his Flare Blitz damage, and it's no wonder that Aaron was able to take that first game because of all the damage that was coming out from his side.
Yeah, Focus Sash also a big problem, I think, for James, because he has ways to deal with that, like Aura Sphere from Como. That's a super effective attack. Scorching Sands is available on this Pyroar. That is a super effective attack. Neither are going to one-hit KO Arcanine on the other side, thanks to that Focus Sash. And because Aaron also has Vergiraf, he has a way to circumvent the fake out that James might have if he decides to bring that Kangaskhan. So as you pointed out, Arcanine, really big problem for James, and he's going to have to figure out how to circumnavigate it, because I don't see Aaron dropping it in this next game, given how well it did in the first.
Right. I also want to point out that Aaron, like, also got off on what... so, like, on paper, like, at the surface level, Aaron clicked Fake Out as James switched into Farigiraf for that Torkoal in game 1, and, you know, Raichu just went down for free, essentially. There was nothing that Raichu accomplished. If anything, James, like, it looked like he pushed his board position properly, and yet Aaron was able to climb out of that hole just with Farigiraf's Psychic and with Arcanine's attacks, and that was all that was necessary. It was quite an impressive comeback from, well, I don't know if he... Aaron played well, right? It's just the Arcanine was really impressive there, and Farigiraf did what it needed to, and King Gambit, honestly, it didn't do a whole lot of damage, but it got the knockout it needed to. Got knocked down in return by Torkoal's Eruption, but all that Aaron needed was just a solid, sturdy Giraffe clicking Psychic into most of these Mons.
Yeah, and Culver Berry did not come up for James in that particular game. Probably wished maybe he had that Citrus Berry on Aaron's side, because that Citrus Berry was really important. It kept Farigiraf out of range of any follow-up attacks, although the sun did fade, so maybe it didn't matter that much, but any recovery is always helpful. And we are about to go into the second game here. We'll see how our players adjust here. As we said, probably expecting to see Arcanine again, given how pivotal it was in game 1, but you never know. Sometimes players make adjustments that we casters don't quite expect. And there's
Such
one
as
now.
Staraptor.
Staraptor being led alongside the Arcanine, but James has not changed his lead, still leading with the Venusaur and Torkoal, so still pressuring with that, still pressuring with the offense from Venusaur, given that Venusaur is faster than everything thanks to its Chlorophyll ability.
I like this adjustment because Raichu has a hard time doing anything in this matchup when Venusaur is possibly able to outspeed it with Chlorophyll and knock it out with Earth Power in just one hit. Provided, even if Aaron goes for Fake Out, James's Farigiraf could block that. So I do like this adjustment into the Staraptor, which takes Venusaur's attacks quite well, threatens it in return with, is it Brave Bird? No, it's Dual Wing Beat, or just boosts up its offenses. Perhaps like Rock Slide plus Close Combat into Torkoal is enough to get the knockout. I'm not too sure how the damage works out, but even if it doesn't, it's cementing its position on the board with increased special and physical defenses for the later foreseeable future.
Yep, and we're going to see Staraptor Mega Evolve, not preserving that Intimidate for later. use, and Venusaur is, well, we'll see in a second. First of all, Tim the Turtle is going to protect, does not want to take a head smash from this Arcanine or anything else for that matter. And Venusaur gets the Fire off Earth Power, bringing Arcanine down to 1 HP. That didn't get to happen in the previous game, so that's an important step forward for getting rid of this from the side of James. But Staraptor still now gets to move, and so does Arcanine.
Yeah. The Focus Sash being broken is one step of the plan, but in return, you're going to have to eat this dual wing beat. Your Venusaur has been knocked out, and so Staraptor is still in a strong position. Arcanine's attack is not going to matter as Torkoal had protected. Arcanine did elect for the head smash, so flipping a, what, 75%, 70% chance to knock out this Torkoal in one hit.
Oh, it's way more accurate than that. But Torkoal, normally Torkoal pretty physically bulky, but head smash from Arcanine is a very strong attack, so very possible Torkoal would not be able to survive that particular attack. Another adjustment from James, though. We see the Pyroar. Mega Pyroar has come to play in this particular game. And two important things. Mega Pyroar hits really hard, especially in the sun. But Staraptor is here, and Pyroar is a normal type and is weak to those close combats. However, again, Pyroar naturally faster than Staraptor.
Yes. And it's going to be supported by Torkoal's helping hand, assuredly, right? James is just one really strong heat wave away from knocking out both Pokemon. It's just a matter of does it connect and does the damage line up onto the Staraptor. Here comes first step, helping hand, and then we're going to have to see how the turn plays out. Okay.
Arcanine going to protect, does not want to fall to a Heat Wave. Hisuian Arcanine not often KO'd by a fire type attack, but that'll happen sometimes. Heat Wave does come out, doesn't connect on Staraptor. It does. Helping hand Heat Wave in the sun is enough to pick up the clean one-hit KO on Staraptor on the other side, and James feels like is now firmly in the lead despite losing Venusaur so early.
Yeah, what looks like a good adjustment on paper for Aaron is now coming back to bite him because the speed war has been won by James. James is now outspeeding everything on this board. Sure, Kingambit has Sucker Punch, but you know what blocks that? Farigiraf. On top of that, it's not even like the Sucker Punch is threatening huge damage onto these Pokemon. Wow, Farigiraf switches in for James for Torkoal, and it blocks Extreme Speed and Sucker Punch from Arcanine and Kingambit respectively. Heat Wave comes out, misses the Arcanine pivotally, but you know, you would have liked to have seen Rock Slide or something else if it misses Arcanine. Kingambit feints the Heat Wave, and now James is up 3-2.
Yeah, definitely a great turn for James. Farigiraf showing its utility there, switching into block not one but two priority attacks from Aaron's side and proving why it is on this team as a result. Arcanine at 1 HP and Farigiraf on from Aaron are probably not going to be enough to do. Players are probably thinking about game 2 is what I'm getting to, unless this Pyroar gets very, very unlucky. Arcanine going to protect again. Is this a double protect? No, Extreme Speed was last turn.
Dodged the Heat Wave last time. Could Farigiraf dodge it this time? No.
Not quite. Helping Hand Heat Wave is enough.
Oh my.
This Pyroar just one hit KOing everything with the support of its friends, just sitting on the side going, "You got this, buddy."
Wow. Pyroar, its balance sheet is looking fully booked out because it has knocked out 3 Pokemon and it's just 1 Pokemon away from, you know, taking all the hits. The Scorching, forgive me for asking, is Scorching Sands 100% accurate?
Scorching Sands is 100% accurate, so if Pyroar really wants to make sure that it hits this Arcanine, it does have a safe option to do so. Arcanine electing to Extreme Speed its partner because it knows that its days are numbered in this game. And we're going to move into a game 3. James deciding to bring Mega Pyroar, and that, I'm not going to say that made all of the difference, but wow, was that pivotal.
It moved the needle because it was able to give speed that James lacked game 1.
The needle, it took the whole
it took everything.
Machine.
Yeah.
What is the extended version of the metaphor there? Just moved it to a different room in the building. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. But
the whole building caught on fire though because of the
whole
Heat Wave.
Pyroar committed arson. Am I allowed to say that on screen?
Not too sure. We're treading in uncharted territory, especially when it comes to James's team. That was quite versatile how that team played out, right? Torkoal hit the field just to set the sun, and sure, it set it up for Arcanine too, but it never got a chance to move because James had mapped that out beautifully. He first broke the sash on Arcanine, and bringing it down to 1% is okay, but yeah, it probably doesn't matter too much in the long run considering Pyroar was just launching Helping Hand Heat Waves left and right, and at some point it was going to hit Arcanine. James did make a good play of switching in Farigiraf to remove the ability of extreme speed plus Sucker Punch somehow knocking out Pyroar. It really played in his favor because Pyroar missed Heat Wave, right? And it bought him an extra turn in order to make sure he established a foothold to win the game. So Aaron's adjustment of Staraptor, it does look really good on paper. But I'm now also seeing that it made him really vulnerable to whatever was in the back after Venusaur left, and that Pyroar was just the prime candidate when boosted with Heat Wave, or boosted by Helping Hand, boosted by Sun. It just swept everything on Aaron's team. So now it's like, okay, Raichu seems bad into Venusaur, but it could be good into Pyroar. I don't know. It's a tough thing to...
It should outspeed Pyroar at the very least, and if you are able to paralyze it with a Zap Cannon, you could possibly be able to navigate around it, because Pyroar's good speed is one of its important qualities. And we see the same leads from Game 2, actually. Arcanine and Staraptor from Aaron, and James has not changed his lead a single time. He's firm on the Venusaur Torkoal, saying, this is the lead that I want, this is the lead that I think gives me the most options into whatever Aaron decides to bring, and we will see how he plays it on this particular turn, because it didn't work out super well in Game 1, despite how well Turn 1 went, but Game 2 it went very well.
You know, Arcanine is probably keen to protect here, to protect its Focus Sash, because being at 1%, that's really not good when it's coming down to hitting this Pyroar. But if Aaron decides to protect Arcanine, that allows Torkoal on James's side to just click Eruption. And some of these Torkoal players look for those openings where they say, hey, I'm going to click Eruption, I'll get some damage down, but if you don't attack me, then I'm getting a lot of damage down. And that can really swing the game in one's favor. Staraptor Mega Evolves, Venusaur protects, and, you know, it's anyone's game. Arcanine protects. Now it's just Staraptor facing off Torkoal, and now it's a matter of, does Torkoal click Eruption? Ooh, Staraptor clicks Tailwind. Perhaps we're seeing that Pyroar is going to be a little bit of an issue later on in the game. And Torkoal clicks Weather Ball into Staraptor. So, it doesn't get the knockout, though. Staraptor is still at 6%, but as far as speed is concerned, I think Staraptor's faster than Venusaur in the Sun, no? Because of the Tailwind?
That Tailwind, yeah, is very, very important. Staraptor naturally faster than Venusaur, and thanks to the Tailwind, will also be doubling its speed, so should be faster than Venusaur on the other side. So now Venusaur's main selling point, the fact that it is very fast in Sun thanks to that Chlorophyll ability, has been overwritten, and Aaron now has much more breathing room in trying to fight against the two that James has out at the moment. Torkoal was going to be moving last anyway, but being able to move before Venusaur can KO Staraptor at this point, or bring Hisuian Arcanine down to Focus Sash, that's super important.
Yeah, it sets him up in the future too for the Pyroar on James's side. Okay, Farigiraf hits the field for James, so James is probably looking to try to set up a Trick Room here and reverse that speed order, but it's going to have to take attacks not just from Staraptor, but from Arcanine, not only this turn, but next turn too. So getting that Trick Room up is going to be really tough. All right, Giraffe is now at 67% because of Staraptor's dual Wing Beat, and Arcanine launches a Head Smash into Torkoal, and Torkoal just protected itself, so no damage was dealt.
Yeah, the onus is now on James to try to get out of the position that Aaron has put him in. That Tailwind doing a whole lot of work, forcing Venusaur off the field. Venusaur has been such a pivotal piece in Game 1 and Game 2, would have been here as well, and is now going to be forced off the field, has to come back in at some point, and maybe when it comes back in, the sun's not up anymore, and it'll be easier for Aaron to deal with. So it's on James to figure out how to get around the Tailwind that Aaron has set up. And as you said, Trick Room, very good option to do so. It's difficult to see how Farigiraf might be able to actually get that done.
Yes, close combat from Staraptor coming out into Farigiraf. It doesn't get the knockout, but it brings it quite low, down to 17%. Staraptor gets increased defenses from that close combat, but it's pretty negligible because it's at such low health. Arcanine follows up with a Flare Blitz on Farigiraf to finish up that knockout, and Torkoal correctly identifies this as a spot to click Eruption and clicks it. Brings Arcanine down to 70% and picks up the knockout on Staraptor. So it is now an even score with 3 Pokemon left on both sides.
30% to Hisuian Arcanine with a Fire Move. It's a lot of damage. You can never count out Torkoal. Torkoal, as you said, correctly identified that it had a free turn and it took the KO that it could. And Staraptor being off the field does matter because Well, I say that, but Aaron actually has a lot of different ways to hit Venusaur. He's got Staraptor, he's got Suian Arcanine, he's got Psychic on Farigiraf. King Gambit hits very hard as well. I don't know, the things are not looking amazing for James here, but Farigiraf comes in for Aaron, and that's not a ton of damage. And Pyroar is here as well, and Tailwind turns are running out.
And Focus Sash is now broken on Arcanine, so that Scorching Sands move that this Pyroar is packing it could spell the end for Arcanine. Granted, it's going to have to figure out how to navigate these Tailwind turns.
One more left.
One more left. That's a quick protect away from victory.
However, this Farigiraf has Trick
Room. Ooh, yeah. It could reverse the speed orders, which would give Torkoal the time of its life, but then it would allow Arcanine to have some leeway in dealing with this Pyroar, which just protects on this turn. And Tim the Turtle also protects, so double protect could be punishable by this Trick Room play from Farigiraf if Aaron decides to choose it. He chooses Head Smash and a Torkoal to try to do a lot of damage, and he does click Trick Room and successfully sets it up. So now it seems counterintuitive that Torkoal is now the fastest thing in the room, along with being sun boosted with its eruptions, but there's no way that it could knock out Arcanine from here. There's a ton of ways that Arcanine could knock out both with Rock Slide or Head Smash combinations.
Yeah, Aaron sandwiching James a little bit here, taking James's speed sandwich and kind of turning it against him, saying, okay, your Torkoal can move first, but the thing I have on the field right now can take attacks from Torkoal and potentially one-hit KO it in return with that Head Smash. Arcanine, as you said, threatening both Pokemon on James' side immensely, and there's only one turn of Sun left. So what are you thinking now if you're James? You want to take advantage of the Sun while it's up, but also both Pokemon are at risk of being KO'd immediately, so Pyroar are going to just leave the field, say, all right, well, good luck, Venusaur.
Yeah, sending it into a possible Flare Blitz or just any rock move to try to stall that extra turn and somehow get something going here. There's 4 turns of Trick Room. Torkoal clicks Eruption, correctly so. That's a move it's allowed to because it's the fastest thing on the board. It brings Farigiraf down to eat its berry. Farigiraf launches a Psychic into Torkoal. Arcanine uses Head Smash into Venusaur, and Venusaur survives on 11%. Arcanine's at 45%, and the Sun is down, so any Torkoal attack from this half-health Torkoal, like whether it be a normal-type Weather Ball or a half-health Eruption, it's doing nothing to Arcanine, and now the only thing standing in Arcanine's way is all the partners to Torkoal.
Importantly, Sun going down means that Venusaur might actually be faster than Arcanine on the other side, which would be great, but there's still a Farigiraf that Aaron has access to and can just fire a Psychic off into the Venusaur, KO that before it gets to move and KO the Arcanine. So things are still a little bit awkward for James. I don't know how he's going to navigate out of this position.
Yeah, super impressive play from Aaron, knowing that Trick Room, while it doesn't look good on paper, typically against a Torkoal's team, it was what's necessary in this matchup. Torkoal clicks Protect as well as Venusaur, so a quick double Protect here from James to stall another turn of Trick Room. Farigiraf uses Psychic into Venusaur, and you have to imagine that this is a Head Smash and a Torkoal. There's been, 4 Head Smashes attempted on Aaron's side. The only one that actually went through because there was no Protect actually connected. Yeah, this is still the same position from the last turn. There's 3 Trick Room turns left. Farigiraf is 1 Psychic away from knocking out Venusaur. Arcanine is 1 attack away from knocking out Torkoal. And Torkoal cannot knock out this Farigiraf. I don't even think a critical hit Eruption can knock out Farigiraf without that Sun boost. Super necessary here.
I think one possible way out would be Torkoal switching out for... We could see Torkoal switch out for the Pyroar, which risks the Head Smash, obviously. But if Head Smash misses, then maybe Pyroar could come in for free. As it is, that weakened Eruption without the Sun not going to do that much damage. You can see even Farigiraf take that fairly easily. Psychic going to come out, pick up the KO on the Venusaur, and it's just up to whether Arcanine can connect this Head Smash.
Yes, and it does. So surely it's going to take out this Torkoal, right? Yep, it is gone. And you know, I think I might have spoken too soon, because with the amount of damage that Arcanine has taken, I wonder if Pyroar, once it Mega Evolves and gets the, was that the Fire's Maw ability?
Fire Mane.
Apologies.
Thinking of Reggie Drago. You got Drago on the mind.
Dragon's Maw, yeah. We always got Drago on the mind, right? Pyroar, like, it looks like it could be in a position to reverse sweep because Arcanine's now at 34%. It really just comes down to how much damage it could put out with Heat Wave, because I'm sure it has to click it. If Fergraph gets a second Trick Room up, and that's a King Gambit, or even the Sylveon in the back, then Aaron's won the Speed War and surely the game. So I think James has to click a Mega Help Heat Wave. No Helping Hand, no Sun Boosts around. These are precarious times, Ben.
Yeah, Pyroar definitely not in a great spot. Is faster than everything, so as you say,
yeah,
Heat Wave
there is a way.
Is maybe the only way out. May need to dodge a head smash from Aaron's Arcanine as well. So Mega Evolution does come out. Extreme Speed, actually, that makes a good amount of sense. That is a solid chunk to Pyroar. Heat Wave does double connect. That's important. Is able to pick up the Farigiraf. But
wait,
if King Gambit is in the back and does have that, if King Gambit is in the back, can Sucker Punch and Extreme Speed should be enough, and we do see King Gambit should be enough to pick up the Pyroar, which James is playing to his outs, but I'm not seeing a path forward anymore.
Yeah, surely Sucker Punch Extreme Speed does it, right? Extreme Speed did 28%, another 28%. It's just a matter of, does Sucker Punch do 50%? Oh, it has to do 44%. So Arcanine does Extreme Speed and Pyroar, and Sucker Punch gets the knockout onto Pyroar. So Aaron, I'm not too sure if it was by the skin of his teeth, but he had the damage in the right place, and he wins the set.
Yeah, Life Orb, King Gambit, Sucker Punch does a lot of damage, so Aaron will be moving on to the top 4 here at the Guildhouse in San Jose for the Lumina Tour finale. I don't believe we said that this round. This is the Lumina Tour finale, and that was a good set. We saw a whole lot of adjustments from both players. We saw, let's see, we saw every...
Just not Kangaskhan.
No, we didn't see Sylveon or Kangaskhan in this particular set, but we saw most of the Pokemon all on both teams.
Yes. I really like that Tailwind adjustment from Aaron in the third game, followed by knowing his contingency if, you know, Trick Room, if Tailwind were to end and Pyroar's, or sorry, if Tailwind were to end and Arcanine's Focus Sash were broken, then that would mean Fergraph's going to have to click Trick Room in order to get the upper hand onto the opposing Pyroar. So really well navigated by Aaron, and I think James did whatever he could, but with these hard Trick Room teams, sometimes you get... I wouldn't say it's a hard Trick Room team. It's got this mode of speed with Venusaur and Pyroar, but it didn't allow him too much flexibility in how he approached the game. So I wonder if Aaron, with all of these tools at his disposal, allowed him to really... What is that?
We see Aaron's signature hand signal there. And yeah, it's, as you say, I think adjustments were difficult for James. You might think, oh, what about Kangaskhan? Kangaskhan could have been pretty good. If Kangaskhan clicks Fake Out and Farigiraf is on the field, not only does Fake Out not do anything, Kangaskhan is only able to struggle from that turn forward. If
No,
Fake
it
Out,
can still click Last Resort.
if Fake Out does not execute,
No, it still does. It works with Armor Tail. Yeah, if they block it with Armor Tail, you could still click Last Resort the second turn.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that happen. And
Wait, no, I did.
Regardless,
I was on. You were commentating. I was on a stream against what's his name, and I clicked Fake Out.
we're not going to argue about
okay.
this. Not on stream.
Okay.
I could.
I'm sorry, Dad.
No, it's. Okay, well, you can look that up and let us know in chat.
Sorry.
But anyway, Kangaskhan is a tough bring because you still want Fake Out to work, right? Whether it enables last resort, too many last things.
Or just flinches. Yeah.
Yeah,
you really
whether
want it to work.
Whether it actually... Yeah, if it doesn't... If you're able to Fake Out, say, Arcanine, break the Focus Sash, stop it from moving, give Venusaur a turn to breathe freely. Yeah, that's very important. And yeah, it's as you said, it seemed like James had difficulty adjusting to the shifting offense because Aaron brought a number of different things. He led with Staraptor, he led with Arcanine, led with Raichu, tried a number of different things, and eventually did find the way through with Staraptor. That Tailwind was super important, like you said.
And then just clicking Trick Room right after. Yeah, it was very well played. I feel like Aaron definitely had the upper hand in terms of his tools, just by having a 4 times fire-resistant Pokemon with a Focus Sash that can't easily be removed, right?
How do I deal with Torkoal?
Makes me think of like fast electric types with Focus Sash. That could really be a thorn in certain teams' Like, I'm thinking back to Tapu Koko. That's the Pokemon I was thinking of.
Oh,
where,
Koko.
Yeah, it's like it can be really hard to remove, and it does a lot of damage. It's just one of those mons, and this is only like a recent development. This Rockhead Focus Sash type of set. We've seen Rock types before with Lycanroc on the Frostlass Scovillain teams, but Arcanine is a newcomer to the field. Yeah.
And Michael Zhang used it in Indianapolis to great effect. And we are actually going to cut to a quick break, and then we will go into top 4 very shortly.
Hi, hello everyone. We're back with Top 4. I'm Mitchell Davies. I'm joined here by Zach Immersion, and
Yes.
we're going to be joined shortly by someone who's familiar. Aaron, you may have seen him last round, perhaps, but
On that
he's going to be
exciting
joined.
stream game.
Oh yeah, that was exciting. That was very enjoyable to watch. But now he has a very tough opponent, a world competitor, Luke.
World competitor. This is no world competitor. This is the world champion.
Oh, sorry.
Reigning world for at least one more week. We can say it for one more week unless he wins worlds again, which, you know, he might. He's very good. The junior division world champion from 2025, Luke, is here today running the Rain and Sun team that we have seen popularized in the recent weeks of Regulation MA against Aaron's Raichu Staraptor teams. Like these feel like two sort of the bigger meta forces right now that are like Reg MB specific teams, and then like we don't see these kinds of archetypes before this, but this is kind of the state of the format in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it definitely encapsulates it well. Like Luke's got balance and Aaron's got new balance, one could say. They're not very balanced.
I don't know if these are pretty offensive teams.
It's a fresh take on the format.
Such is the nature of this format. There's a lot of heavy damage being thrown every which way. 2 mega evolutions on either side. I think they've... Wait, is it Grimmsnarl on both? No, they don't.
Wait, that's a King Gambit, not a Grimmsnarl.
It's supposed to be a Grimmsnarl, so that King Gambit. So
they know.
But a lot of the same items on both sides. Mega Stones, Focus Sash, Citrus Berry, kind of to be expected.
All the good items.
Yeah, King Gambit and the... Raichu are the leads for Aaron, and Luke leading with that Grimmsnarl and Swampert. The very dreaded, well, are you going to just let me set up screens and do damage, or the dreaded parting shot into Pelipper, set up visual, and then suddenly Swampert is fastest thing in the West.
And speaking of Swampert, this is no high horsepower Swampert. This is Earthquake Swampert. You know what it's looking at? 2 ground weak Pokemon. Raichu can't even touch it. It has to use Fake Out or Focus Blast, which are easily circumvented by the fact that Swampert could just protect on the Fake Out turn, or just, well, it can't dodge Focus Blast, but it doesn't take too much from it.
Yeah, it's not gonna mind that all the much. And also, King Gambit is not in the most amazing position. This is the Mono Dark set with Swords Dance and Life Orb, so it does a lot of damage, but not to Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl, of course, 4 times resists those Dark type attacks, and so this is kind of a great lead matchup for Luke. So Aaron's gonna try to find a way to get some value out of this while not losing too much from this pretty poor lead matchup, all things considered. We are seeing the 2 Mega Pokemon of choice that are led. Mega Evolve immediately, no surprise there, but we'll see what happens now.
Swampert is so bulky, and it's going to take a Fake Out.
All the chip is useful.
Down to 92%, yeah. Reflect coming up, a very smart choice, as Raichu is likely not going to be Zap Cannoning or anything, so Reflect is going to block this. No, it's not going to. It's going to block nothing. A Swords Dance comes out from King Gambit, perhaps expecting the Reflect, so very good turn from Aaron to try to do something. +2 King Gambit, Life Orb boosted, sure, but we're staring down a Swampert, a bulky fella behind a Reflect.
Yeah, but this is +2 Life Orb, potential Sucker Punch or Kowtow Cleave. Still not going to be doing that much to Grimmsnarl, all things considered, especially with the Reflect now let up. But Swampert is the big deal, right? Swampert's the thing that's going to be doing damage as well on this turn. Grimmsnarl hardly going to be able to do that, but it's hard for Aaron to sort of get around the parting shot plus Earthquake play. So no surprise to see Raichu switching out. It is very vulnerable.
That's one way.
But the Farigiraf is one way to stop a potential parting shot, but Luke is not going to go down without a fight. Goes for a Protect the Swampert instead. Lets Grimmsnarl go for something more straightforward, like that Light Screen. Yeah, I like sort of playing it safe. As the Kowtow Cleave, it goes into that Swampert Protect. So yeah, I like this from Luke saying, well, I know I'm exerting pressure, but I'm not being pressured all that much myself. Let me just slow play this a little bit, see what Aaron's response to my pressure is.
I like this position from Aaron because he's now allowed to helping hand his King Gambit. I know he clicked Kowtow Cleave there. I guess he was willing to eat the Earthquake. I really don't know this damage calculation of a +2 Sucker Punch.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that
right?
one.
With Helping Hand, but then it's behind Reflect.
Behind Reflect. I think, well, we're not going to find out. We're just going to see an Earthquake straight up. Grimmsnarl's going to eat it on the face. As King Gambit take quite a bit, but not quite into the red right yet.
Oh, goodness me.
King Gambit is just going for yet another Swords Dance. This might be a bit greedy here. We'll see what Grimmsnarl does with the follow-up Spirit Break. Is this enough to actually pick up the KO on King Gambit?
No.
No, that's 2% on King Gambit.
Is that a +6 King Gambit on the opposite side, Zach?
I think so.
In Trick Room?
In Trick Room. So Aaron's got all the firepower in the world. It's just a matter of, okay, now King Gambit can maybe do meaningful damage to Grimmsnarl. We'll have to see, especially with Helping Hand support. So, Aaron has a lot of offensive pressure. It's just a matter of, where does he target it, and does Luke able to defuse this bomb that he's now set up with this, +6 King Gambit. Didn't think I'd say that today.
Yeah, this is an easy, like, protect and try to maneuver into King Gambit is at 2%, so sure, it could get one knockout, but it couldn't get both.
No, it
if
can't
they
get
both
both.
target him. I could see a world where Aaron tries to pivot into right shoe to be able to fake out and buy himself that very necessary turn. King Gambit is going for the protect here, but Bergerath honestly can't really do much. It just has Psychic, Trick Room, Helping Hand, Protect. Like, I guess it can reverse Trick Room.
Yeah,
Quick Psychic, give a stamina boost.
Chip to.
Well, that's a lot of chip. 25%.
That's pretty good. Is that a critical hit? Yeah, it's a critical
Okay,
hit.
that'll do
fair
it.
enough. But I mean, that doesn't really change the Kowtow Cleave was gonna, chop our Archelidon in half regardless. Even with that little bit of about 19% chip, but this doesn't move the needle all that much. And Grimsnarl is still just here and kind of annoying, where it's still kind of a stopgap to King Gambit, where it can't really make too much progress against it. But that being said, I don't know the +6 Kowtow Cleave with Helping Hand through Light Screen into Grimsnarl. We'll see it maybe into Archelidon, but there's got to be a Kowtow Cleave this turn, and Archelidon will be protecting if it is.
Goodness. This is very nerve-wracking.
Does King Gambit get to do anything? It does go for Sucker Punch. That almost gets... I think the Kowtow might have gotten there, but I think... also King Gambit has the Life Orb, so it's only got one more attack in it. Let's... I forgot about that one. So, it gets that one big attack off. That's nice, but the Spirit Break will follow up into the Farigiraf. Does a pretty meaningful amount of chip damage, as well as lowering the already not stellar special attack stat of that Farigiraf. Citrus Berry will heal it up a little bit, but... if you're Aaron, can't help but think, I have +6 King Gambit and I didn't get a single KO with it.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel great. However, Sylveon coming in is a pretty nice spot here, as Archelidon's not going to love that, and Grimsnarl is certainly within range.
Yes. Note that Luke was willing to let Archelidon faint. If this was Kowtow into Swampert, the previous turn, Luke has correctly identified that Swampert is probably one of those game-winning pieces, right? You look at the rest of Aaron's team, and there's not much response. The Raichu can't touch it. Neither can Arcanine meaningfully, and both of them get hit with Earthquake.
I mean, not that it's even here. But
right?
Sylveon is going to be the main damage-dealing force at this point, and
gets hit by Wave Crash.
And Trick Room is dwindling low, right? There's only 2 more turns left, and so Aaron has got to be trying to get in a position where if Swampert comes out, he can get Trick Room up once again. This Grimsnarl is so slow, though. It goes before the Sylveon with another Spirit Break, and gets a crucial special attack drop on it. The Hyper Voice will do some nice damage, but with the Reflect, with that Spirit Break, the Archelidon can kind of shrug that off pretty well, and so I gotta imagine a Flash Cannon, that's the one, is going to be going into that Sylveon for pretty respectable. That's pretty good damage, so another one will get there, and Sylveon's got a lot of weight on its shoulders, and it's going to be hard-pressed to get much out of it. This Grimsnarl has been an absolute menace for Aaron to deal with. It's just been a massive thorn. The screens have been meaning this offensive team has just not been able to get any KOs at all, and the Spirit Breaks have just been limiting the damage even further. King Gambit couldn't get rid of it. It was just kind of a stopgap with that. Grimsnarl's looked amazing in this match. Yeah,
and the fact that it's supporting such an offensive behemoth like Swampert, that is also very good in Aaron's team. Aaron's got to be looking at game 2 thinking what you could possibly do to get around most of that.
I think the immediate adjustment is I'll just go with Staraptor instead, but it's not as easy as that, because if you do go for Staraptor, then suddenly if Luke changes it up and goes with the Sun mode, then things are a lot harder at this point. And this is the final turn of Trick Room. Luke can kind of just double protect, do whatever, and go from there, where Aaron's really back against the wall, protecting Farigiraf, even though I don't even know if it needs to. Is that under threat that much? As Archelidon will also be protecting. What does Swampert do here?
Swampert does something. Sylveon went for Hyper Beam into Archelidon. It was a protect. And Swampert just clicks Earthquake.
Okay, I like that. Just saying, let me just get some damage down on the board. Swampert's probably not going to get KO'd even by a Hyper Beam because of that light screen. Swampert is, of course, naturally pretty bulky, and especially with screens, that's really the case, where this team without any grass moves at all is struggling to do meaningful, super good damage into this Swampert. Hyper Beam is probably the best bet it had, but whiffing that into the Archelidon instead is really looking bad, because you kind of wish you got that damage into Swampert, where Archelidon is not hard to deal with the Raichu, but Swampert absolutely is. And of course, we've only seen 3 Pokemon. Pelipper is no doubt lurking in the back to be that range support, but Luke might not even need to show it.
Yes. I don't know what Aaron could do to even the playing field. It could be like a fake out into the Trick Room mode, but instead Aaron opts for Focus Blast, misses the knockout onto our Chaladon.
I like that. Just see how much damage it does.
Yeah,
it's
that's
useful
also
to know
good,
because this is Calm our Chaladon, so it might not be something. The damage calc is super useful. Used to knowing. And another Earthquake, just saying, all right, I can KO our Chaladon. That's totally fine. In trade for that Raichu, and Frigoraph on its own, still at -1, is going to be really hard pressed to make a comeback here, though it will try.
Yeah. And for Aaron, he does get to see the last Pokemon. I wonder if there's a world where if...
Oh, no, he's not. He's going to forfeit, so we will not see the last.
That is honorable, but also, you know, that's information you could have liked. You have to assume it's Pelipper.
Got it. Like, there's no shot it wasn't Pelipper, right? Like, it's...
Yeah.
It seems so telegraphed that it would be Pelipper, where I think Aaron's like, okay, I know what that... Like, it's... As sure as he can be about everything, like, it's going to be that Pelipper. Like, bringing Charizard makes very little sense. Venusaur doesn't seem that great into this team on paper, so I feel like Pelipper is just the most go-to, most obvious choice as well. And so now it's time for adjustments, right? Like, what does Aaron do so that things are a little bit more favorable for him and he doesn't have to lean on King Gambit to do everything when it can only attack 1 Pokemon at a time?
Yeah. First off, he led very weak into Swampert, and Swampert was the lead of choice from Luke. Honestly, like, it would have been okay into Charizard because there's Fake Out and then there's Electric coverage directly onto Charizard, but King Gambit still isn't like a huge fan of that position, given that Venusaur has Earth Power. We see a interesting lead of both Megas, and that's going to be in the form of Raichu and Swampert for Aaron. Luke has brought Charizard, Venusaur, so Aaron has not put away his big gun of Raichu. He knows that there's quite possibly a chance that Charizard could be here, but with Staraptor there, the focus is probably on that Staraptor mode, whereas Raichu's just going to be supporting it.
I mean, potentially, because Staraptor can also just, you know, ditch the Mega Evolution, try to match try to go for Tailwind, or maybe dual Wing Beat and KO that Venusaur. We'll have to see.
Plenty of options. Plenty of options.
Yeah, I like the lead from Aaron saying, well, I don't know exactly how Luke's going to adjust, right? Saying, well, if you go for Swampert, I'll have Staraptor, and if you don't go for it, I have, you know, potential Raichu options as well. Kind of leads in the middle and kind of gets some value either way, where now deciding to commit to Staraptor, now seeing where Luke has gone with, saying, well, there's probably not going to be a Swampert in the back. I don't know if Staraptor is quite as positioned as it might want to be in this situation to do what it needs to, as a potential double protect seems pretty likely from Luke. But the Fake Out is going to go ahead and break that Venusaur Focus Sash immediately. So no double protect, and Staraptor just gets the Tailwind up, so Venusaur's Chlorophyll is no longer a big problem for Aaron.
Yeah, that was well executed. It's just Fake Out, Tailwind. You never go wrong with just clicking the move and then clicking the support move, right?
Fake Out, Tailwind, one of the classics.
Yeah, very classic, very classic.
But now what does Raichu do, right? Like, are you just going to, like, flip coins with Zap Cannon into Charizard? So. Like, what else do you do? And you know, Staraptor took a lot of damage, but it has clicked Tailwind now, and it has no Roost. This is not one of those that has Tailwind instead, and so that damage is permanent, and it was able to get up the Tailwind, which is great. But you know, even with close combat boost, it's going to be hard. Staraptor is going to be hard pressed to actually stomach attacks, and our Chaladon is going to be able to take these attacks one off. Zap Cannon does miss, you know, 50-50, really. And the dual wing beat is going to be absolutely abysmal into this Archaladon. Chaladon says, thank you for the free doubled defense.
This is, that was very non-committal from Luke. He just had to click buttons, right? Archaladon seems really well positioned in that spot where there's never a close combat going into Venusaur.
Charizard's probably not a Focus Blast either. Like that's
exactly. Charizard swiftly picks up both knockouts with a Heat Wave, so Luke is up 4-2 versus Aaron. Aaron has gotten Tailwind up. He only has 2 turns left. He does know that there's an Archaladon on the field and a Venusaur in the back, but, you know, with Frigoraph, that's not really a Tailwind sweeper.
Well, Arcanine is pretty good.
Arcanine is good.
You might want to, I mean, Head Smash is good, but like Flare Blitz, even in the sun, is gonna do good damage to our Chaladon, but the stamina boosts are really gonna cut into that dramatically. Yeah, this is looking really, really dire, and Luke sees no reason to keep Charizard on the field. So Pelipper can just come in. The Pokemon we did not see last time come in here, and now our Chaladon is just probably going to go crazy with some Electro shots, if I had to guess.
Yeah. This may be the time where you click. Oh, goodness. Nothing is going
and things
very
are
well.
going bad to worse. Head Smash, the move of choice for this Arcanine, completely whiffs into that Pelipper. Getting that KO would have been nice, but yeah, I don't know if it would move the needle all that much. But just salt in the wounds as this Arcanine has to take this massive Electro shot. Another one will be more than enough to pick up that KO. And then Farigiraf is once again going to be stuck on an island with not a whole lot to do, as its only attacking offensive move is Psychic. And that's a lot of health to chew through, as I think pretty much all of Luke's Pokemon are near max health still.
Yeah. When there's a Rock Slide, there's a way, except this Pelipper has a Wide Guard to get in that way.
And there is no Rock Slide, so there is no way. There's only the Head Smash. So Pelipper finally gets KO'd to that, which is great. So, Aaron at least gets a KO as a consolation prize. But yeah, this is still looking very dire. Farigiraf will go for a Psychic. We'll move first thanks to that Tailwind still up from that Staraptor, but special defenses are okay. Farigiraf's trying. It's doing its best.
It's doing its best.
I think our Chaladon is just a bridge too far, all puns intended.
Yeah, honestly, the onus was really on Aaron in this matchup to get a lot of the turns right, and turn one did go right. He broke the Focus Sash on Venusaur. He got a Tailwind. He was able to threaten the Venusaur out, but he didn't capitalize.
Yeah, that turn two just the Archaladon switch was so nice from Luke, just completely stifled all of Aaron's offense. And then Aaron just said, oh, I almost click Heat Wave again, get a double knockout, and what are you going to do? Like, you have one Fire Resist on your team, and it has a Focus Sash, so it still doesn't love taking the move. Really, really rough spot where Luke's going to take this game 2-0 in pretty commanding fashion, bringing him into the finals. No surprise for a former world champion.
Yes. I think it could also be a matter of just losing steam. It is kind of late. It's past our bedtime.
Quite late, yeah.
Aaron's plays, they made very good sense on paper. They didn't factor in the Archaladon switch in that second game. And when you're playing offensive pieces like this, you really have to be on point with that. And Luke being up a game, that allowed him the leeway to just make the safe plays.
Yeah.
He just has to get a couple of safe plays right, and then he's able to just pummel through the rest of the game, right? Tailwind is a very finite resource, and as soon as Aaron makes one mistake, it makes it much harder to come back.
Yeah, absolutely right. We saw I think Aaron. It's easier in hindsight, right, from our perspective, bird's eye view, to say, okay, well, could Aaron have just gone? I think Aaron needed to be a little bit more aggressive, right? He had sort of a less committal, especially game 2 lead. We're saying, oh, I could Mega either one of them, when I think that just kind of delays the inevitable, right? It just keeps the good matchup in Luke's favor. Where we see the seeds of where that could have gone a little bit better. Where if Aaron had just doubled down and been like, I'm going all in on King Charizard this turn, gets that KO maybe, then things are maybe looking a little bit better. But sort of splitting the damage, of course, whiffing the Zap Cannon, that was bound to happen. Not that would have KO'd Charizard on its own, but if that had connected and then a dual wing beat, we could have seen that. So
wait, there's the other game.
Yeah, so we can jump into the other game, because
we could go into the other game. We can watch Michael versus. We can watch the run back.
We can watch the run back of Michael.
Sean versus Michael.
Sean versus Michael. Are the team sheets over there?
Yeah, I have them. I have them.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness!
Because we thought maybe one of these games might be fast. We'll see. But do we know what game number we are on? Is this game 2 or 3 or 1 or
all of the above? Perhaps
all of the above. At least 2. Let's say it's 2.
That's a good call. It's a good call.
Let's find out. So this is the Rain Sun team again from on the bottom side of our screen, but Michael's running a Sand team instead. So we'll see. Michael did not have a great go of it last time, but looks things are going a little bit better. Has gotten the Pokemon advantage at the very least, with our Charizard already down and no Swampert on the field. But Rain is still here, so Tyranitar might be looking to skedaddle or Mega Evolve.
One Weather Setter is down for Sean, and that greatly limits the options that are present for him. I do have to say, when it comes down to you play someone in Swiss, you get the upper hand on them, you defeat them. You hope not to play them in Top Cut because they may have been thinking of all the things they had to change to win that matchup.
That loss has been replaying in their head the entire day, and it's probably not been replaying in the player who's won's mind because they already won. Why do they don't need to think about it all that much for the most part, especially when Sean had a very solid game plan that worked out very well. The Clinging Scales will do nothing into this Grimmsnarl as Tyranitar does indeed Mega Evolve, removing Pelipper's oh-so-beloved Rain from the field. The Sand instead coming into its place as Pelipper takes that damage and goes and heals with the Citrus Berry, but the timing isn't quite great as the knockoff would have removed that Citrus Berry, but it did not. And the Hurricane is next to move and KOs that Como and connecting in the sand despite the lowered accuracy there. So, you know, kind of a tragedy there from Michael's side, where would have loved to knock off that Citrus Berry and then go for the Clanging Scales, but really not getting too much value out of that. But, you know, not the end of the world, right? Did a lot of damage to Pelipper. It's in range of a couple turns of sand to KO it. And we do see there is an Excadrill on Michael's side in the back, so that could be used to help clean up the game, as it is, you know, pretty good into Grimmsnarl, pretty great into Archaludon, and so this might not be the end of the world for Michael, despite that, you know, kind of not great looking turn 1 or whatever turn this is.
This is a pretty clear like.
There's also Floette.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Dazzling Gleam also works.
Michael is totally allowed to just click low kicked here too. Sure, Pelipper, you want to get Weather War, right? And you switch out Pelipper and Archaludon, and that's just a free low kick straight to it. And low kick would probably knock out this Pelipper. If not, the sand does it. So I feel like Michael is in a very locked up position as we learn here.
This is game 2, so we might be going to a potential game 3.
Wait, I thought you raised one finger up. Is it a 1 or a 2?
This is game 2. Should be a game 2 here. As our players
you raised 2? It's just quite late.
It is quite. We're figuring things out. We appreciate your patience with this as Pelipper gets buffeted by yet more sand. Grimmsnarl will be parting-shotting into that Floette instead. You know, despite being on the back foot a little bit, Sean is not giving up, instead deciding to switch out and get the Archaludon in now to take these potential fairy moves a little bit better, thanks to that parting shot now being in the case. That Moonblast still does pretty good damage to Archaludon, but a far cry of what we expect from a Mega Floette at full power, as the knockoff will finally remove Pelipper, so the Weather War is finally won for Michael's side. We'll see if that will spell the win for the actual game instead of just the Weather War.
Yeah. Getting that stamina boost on Archaludon could prove very pivotal against the Excadrill and Tyranitar's low kick. I just don't know if it could possibly gain any more stat boosts in order to take those attacks even better.
Ooh, and the reflect timing is really key. There's 2 more turns, right? And so if Grimmsnarl gets KO'd, which it usually doesn't carry Protect, so it can probably just be KO'd right now, then we can have the Excadrill wait until that final turn of Reflect gets removed, and then suddenly Archaludon is going to be a lot more exposed than it would have been previously. And there's just a lot of health for Archaludon to chew through on the Tyranitar and the Floette. Like, Tyranitar's in the sand at full health. Like, it's going to take a number of flash cannons to, you know, muscle through all of that sheer bulk that Tyranitar brings to the table.
Yeah. I do have to say 2 things. One, I loved how the camera panned and it's like showing their faces, right? Very fearsome looking Pokemon just going at it on this battlefield.
Floette is a little less fearsome.
Yeah, it's just.
I mean, the Light of Ruins can do some. But here's the light screen, so doing as much as Grimmsnarl can in this dire situation, as the Moonblast ignores the Grimmsnarl, instead, once again going for that Archaludon. And after that parting
stamina
shot
boost
and the light screen, yeah, it's another stamina boost. Archaludon might be getting a little bit of snowball here. Moves next to do damage into that Tyranitar. Special defense drop, though, is not what you would love to see if you are Michael. Here's the low kick. So Grimmsnarl has been finally removed from the field. So it is a 1v3. However, in those situations, Archaludon is a pretty good Pokemon to be that 1.
Yeah. And speaking of 1, it's got 2 stamina boosts. It's got the -1 special defense on Tyranitar. There is a world where Sean's able to clutch this out.
Yeah, Reflect, though, is 1 turn left, and so Michael does have that good news for him, but at this point, Floette is really going to be losing its luster as it's -1. It's not Mega Evolved, of course, as Tyranitar is using that instead. And Light Screen was just set up, so I imagine for the remainder of the game, Light Screen will be struggling, or Floette will be struggling to do super meaningful damage to this Archaludon. And of course, Archalon can also just protect basically every other turn to get more leftovers recovery.
Yes. I am. Calm Mind also offsets.
Okay.
I just speeds up the game a little more.
Well, how do you break my Floette? I dare you. You only have special attacks and you only have so much time. The flash cannon does go in the right slot, so hits Floette.
Good call. Good call.
Okay, great call from Sean. Completely sees that protect coming a mile away, gets the flash cannon off. That's good. I don't know if that. I think if
the
you're
health
Michael,
is increasing.
I think if you're Michael, you're like, okay, well, I'll just keep going. Like, I don't know if it really changes the trajectory all that much. Like, it certainly gives Sean a chance, right? Where Michael's probably just playing to say, all right, well, if you mess up any of these turns, I just instantly kind of win the game and it's shut out. So Sean needs to get a lot of turns like that just right, where he gets maximum value.
Yeah, it looks like there's some news here where you're hearing it fresh off the press. It seemed that Sean had won the previous game, and now the tides have turned. So, sure, Michael played him in Swiss, had a little bit of time to deliberate about it, had that first game to further cement his thought process, and now we're seeing it fully evolved into this game plan. Notice the lack of Corviknight, which was honestly a liability into the Charizard mode when we saw it in Game 2 in Swiss. He's brought Excadrill, and he's Mega Cheetar instead of Mega evolving the Floette in the previous set where it just ate a Sludge Bomb and fainted.
Yeah, it's really great. And also, Sean has like no time left at all to make his moves. So I think he's at this point saying, well, I kind of know that this is probably not going to end up well, but I need to, time to see how I can adjust to this matchup. As here goes the Moonblast into Archalon. Light Screen still putting in work, but pretty good damage. But Archalon's stamina is making this thing harder and harder to crack each time. Here's another Flash Cannon. Floette does survive just narrowly with 3%. The Mega Tyranitar next to move with a knockoff, so leftovers gone. Damage permanent. 29% is all Archalon's going to have for the rest of the game, if not less.
Yep. I imagine this being a protect from Sean. He's no stranger to taking his time to think through the next
38
match.
seconds left.
Yep.
Light screen, one more turn. If there's no light screen, if there's no light clay window set up, not going to delay the inevitable anymore. Here's another Moonblast, and that will be the KO on Archalon. So non-Mega Floette and Mega Tyranitar putting in the work, letting Michael take the first victory in this best
series
in this series, right? Needs one more to potentially take the win and claw his way into the finals, where he will be rewarded with the exact same matchup in finals. So, Michael, you'll be out of the frying pan and into the fire if you win one more of these. Otherwise, we will see Sean go up against the mirror in finals, which will also be very awkward as double weather teams.
That's true. Yeah.
So Michael's got his work cut out for him, but I think in that game too, as we saw the end game, I think he showed that he has a plan that can work to get through this team from Sean. I think he's really honed in on what Pokemon are important, how to use them, and crucially, I feel like I've never really seen players get a lot of value out of a non-Mega Floette, and Michael's found a way to do it.
Yeah. That's always been the problem when running Charizard and Floette. It's really hard to get that Fairy coverage next to the Fire type because it is good coverage, right? Fairy melts the Steel types Fire melts the yeah.
And Dragons are bad
in
for
my
fire.
dreams. Fairy can, but yeah. So it just makes sense on paper, but not in practice when you can't Mega Evolve the Floette. But here, it seemed fun.
Yeah, I really like Michael's was like, well, worse Floette is still pretty good, base Floette instead of Mega Floette. And it keeps that flexibility, right? Where, if he has Tyranitar and Floette, which I do like the adaptation for that, then he can sort of pick the Mega based on the situation. If he needs that sudden burst of sand to overwrite the weather, he has it. But I like, that option, and keeping his cards closer to his chest and not getting not immediately Mega Evolving turn one, because he's really only losing options in the future if he does that.
Precisely so, Zach.
So I want to see the Excadrill more, because I feel like it has a lot of great offensive tools in this matchup. It just has to find the right position to do it.
He heard you.
And yeah, we saw that it was brought to game 2. We didn't actually see it do anything. The game was kind of over by the time it might have showed up, but it was probably led. So we'll see how this lead matchup plays out. If this was the same lead matchup we had in game 1 or game 2, I'm not sure.
It wasn't. I think there was Charizard, there was Pelipper, Archaludon.
Oh, yeah, we didn't even see
Grimmsnarl
Swampert last time. So Swampert is a new addition from
and it actually
looks game 2.
really good right here. Really, really good. It can break that Focus Sash on Excadrill. Probably bring it just down to 1%, and then it's just a little tick away from
a little bit more than
being-
break that focus.
Yeah,
sash.
a little more than break it.
Certainly.
And Floet is kind of like not the bulkiest on the physical defensive side, so
Not quite.
Wave Crash in the rain could just spell its doom.
Yeah, this Pelipper, Swampert does have Ice Punch instead of high horsepower, so it doesn't have the best option to hit this float without taking recoil, which is meaningful. Sinistcha is a great Pokemon switch in here. Swampert, mortal enemy here, will be able to keep this Excadrill a little bit safer from the likes of a Pelipper Swampert Wave Crash. The Earthquake is a grave concern as well.
That's a good adjustment too, because Sinistcha was not brought to the last matchup. It was Komodo or T-Tar, and you have to imagine there's T-Tar in this weather matchup. But back to the play. We see Grimmsnarl go for Parting Shot into Sinistcha, which soaked that up pretty nicely. It's
not the end of the world.
well known for its offensive capability, but you know, the Matcha Gotcha is really strong in this Swampert.
Sinistra's Matcha Gotcha is critical for dealing with this Swampert, but I love the Archaludon switch in here saying, well, if you go for that, you're going to give me a free stamina boost. And speaking of a free stamina boost, there's one right now. Archaludon taking that Iron Head with a Plum, getting a free defense boost. So now Excadrill is not as thrilled about potentially going toe-to-toe with this Archaludon moving forward. Sinistcha soaks up that Wave Crash about as well as one could expect from a powerful Swampert Wave Crash. So, you know, Michael doesn't lose all that much, but Sean's still getting a little bit more of a head each time.
It's pretty good, all things considered, though. Like, pretty non-committal options from both players. They just did attacks that would immediately threaten what was in front of them, and it would only be stopped by, like, a defensive play, and both players made defensive plays. Archaludon was a pretty good switch in there.
And now it's hard to see where's the damage into Archaludon going to come from, right? Excadrill can go for a high horsepower, but with that stamina boost that Archaludon has accrued, it's not going to do that much damage. I mean, it's not going to threaten a potential KO, right? It'll get Archaludon low, but you know, you need to eventually remove the Archaludon from the field, and that's something that, you know, Michael's team is kind of hard pressed to do. There's only two special attackers that can meaningfully attack it, being that Como and Floet, and probably only one of them has been brought to the game. As Pelipper does hit the field, and so Rain is back in action.
Ooh, Archaludon protects here as Sean does make an extra defensive play of switching in the Pelipper for the Swampert. Honestly, Swampert really didn't look like it could contribute much in its position. It was being,
okay.
very nice tech. Swampert was just being threatened by Matcha Gotcha. Sure, it could break the focus sash of Excadrill, but you'd also like it to do meaningful damage to Floet in the future. So preserving that for later time when it can maybe break Excadrill's focus sash and do damage to Floet, or like even if Excadrill's sash gets broken in the following turns, that would be a more prime position for Swampert. But for now, you just got to create that position. Against Sinistcha, Pelipper is one of the strongest tools available to Sean because he just hurricane it for a lot of damage if Tyranitar doesn't switch in to block that.
Ooh, yeah, Sean also going to be switching out the Archaludon. I thought it was in a pretty solid spot, but instead
Back in a
valuing Swampert in this situation as well.
Tyranitar comes in for Sinistcha? Tyranitar comes in for Sinistcha.
There's Tyranitar
There
coming
it
in,
is,
so
there
we'll
it is.
see where... What is this Pelipper doing? What does the Excadrill do as well? Pelipper does go for Wide Guard in case a Rock Slide was coming out, or a Matcha Gotcha to keep the Swampert switching safe.
Ooh.
There's the highest power. That's pretty
good
great
damage.
chip. Yeah, really like that play from Michael, just kind of making a more straightforward play, saying, well, not that many things can go too wrong. I just need to get damage on this Archaludon, gets damage on this Archaludon, and you know, now we know all four, well, we knew all, now Michael knows all four Pokemon, and now Sean knows all four Pokemon from the opponent. So this is a true indeed weather war between these two sides, but Pelipper's on the field with sand up, and that is not the spot you want to be in if you are Pelipper, as this rock-type weather ball is pretty meaningless, and Swampert is going to be slower than this Excadrill and potentially in range of another high horsepower.
Yeah, I think Sean went all in on a read there with that Wide Guard, right? Assuming that Rock Slide would come out. I don't know if it was really the best course of action from Michael, given that Excadrill was staring down at Archaludon. You don't want to give it a second boost as well as do nothing to it. It didn't really cover this high horsepower very well. And you see that Sean still has to position around Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's a really nice critical hit if you're
golly.
Michael. That brings Grimsnarl. It doesn't get the KO, but like,
Oh my goodness.
okay. They're all right.
Michael is frustrated from what had happened in Swiss and is trying to reclaim territory.
All right, Pelipper gets the tailwind, but it's going to be down in one more turn after this turn of sand brings it down. Oh, probably. We'll see. Grimsnarl, that's all it gets to do. So Pelipper's tailwind is going to need to put in a shift if Sean is going to claim this game back, because he's going to be without the weather and down to his final 2 Pokemon very soon.
Excadrill still has its Focus Sash. Yeah. And sure, Pelipper used Tailwind, so the speed control with Sand Rush is matched, but Excadrill still is a speedy board.
Yeah, it's still naturally faster, so it's like, all right, you have Tailwind, whatever, Excadrill doesn't care. And Archaludon, of course, switched out before when it had that stamina boost, and so now high horsepowers are going to be really damaging into this Archaludon. Certainly enough range where, 2 of them can probably clean up that KO. And, let's not forget, Swampert is in yellow health as well, so it is in range of high horsepowers as well. There's also the Sinistcha in the back that can heal up any of these Pokemon. Michael's in a phenomenal spot now.
Yeah, you really got to hand it to Michael, understanding that
he needed a critical hit.
Well, like with that Archaludon, like hitting the Swampert as it switched in, that was such a free high horsepower turn.
Yeah.
Whatever was coming in was going to take a lot of damage, and all that damage is crucial for deciding how to play the rest of the game. It just so happened to be on a really strong Pokemon, which is that Swampert, right?
Ooh, and I like this defensive play, sort of saying, all right, well, you need to switch out Pelipper or you're losing it this turn. Sean obliges and switches that out, and so brings in the 2 sand immune Pokemon he does have on the team. So Archaludon takes a little bit of health, sort of kind of forcing Sean to react to the pressure that Michael had once again. But now we're in a spot where, okay, we can high horsepower Excadrill can high horsepower into the Archaludon, and the Sinistcha can go for a Matcha Gotcha, and something's probably going to go down, right? If Pelipper comes in to take the high horsepower, Matcha Gotcha gets KO'd, gets KO'd by that, Swampert gets KO'd by the Matcha Gotcha, then it's Archaludon all on its own. This is just a really strong pin, and there's still a Floette in the back, and Michael hasn't even Mega Evolved.
Yeah, oh, wow. Yeah, that is a strong pin, because I think Michael is perfectly okay to just do as you said, just click high horsepower, just click Matcha Gotcha. And
yeah, I think he just needs to trade damage.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, Archaludon going to switch out into Pelipper. So the rain is going to be up, and there's Tailwind up, so it evens out. So Swampert's now the fastest thing.
But Swampert's not going to be able to get a KO, even with this Earthquake. Sinistcha will shrug this off, or an Excadrill still has its Focus Sash. Well, it was intact, but it needs to be you want to be using it anyway, so it's down to 1 HP, and now it's up to what is basically, if Matcha Gotcha connects, that's just a double KO, and things are looking absolutely disastrous for Sean. High horsepower whiffs the Pelipper. Does Matcha Gotcha connect?
It does on both. I think I do like this play from Sean, because he does, at that point, he does have to roll his cards a little bit.
Yeah, saying, well, that's if you miss something, like...
Yeah, that's the most RNG, like, agnostic is the word? Or no, that would be
forcing.
Yeah,
he's sort of like, I'm going to make you pick the option that can fail if the RNG goes my favor, right?
Right.
Which I think if you were in a bad spot, that's one way to value one option over another, saying, well, if I can make you click inaccurate moves to maybe lose, that's got to be what I have to do, right?
Yeah,
but
those other lines did not look very clear.
Yeah, and so at this point, Archaludon is 4v1. We had a 3v1 before with Archaludon. Now this is looking even worse. So Michael looks like he's done it here, but oh man, he's just gonna have to play this matchup right after this in the finals.
Yeah, which honestly, that's a very good training arc, right? Loses to it in Swiss, loses game 1 of final, or not
top
final.
4.
You're right, yeah,
top 4 here. So just resetting the weather, bringing the sand back for Excadrill to outspeed if it would go for a move, but it can always protect and go first next time. Just to make sure Electro Shot is not on the table. The Dragon Pulse whiffs into that to protect, and now we're looking at a pretty potent high horsepower plus knockoff play to really stifle this Archaludon.
Yeah. Yeah, even if high horsepower misses, I think
there's still a Floette in the back, like, with a Sinistcha that can redirect stuff. Like, oh my goodness, that is so much damage.
A lot of damage.
High horsepower, certainly enough to get a KO on this Archaludon. The Dragon Pulse will finally get the first KO for Sean here, but that is far too little, far too late. The Tyranitar could just go for a low kick to pick up the KO, or a knockoff just to ensure that. Well, that'll
really?
KO anyway.
With another crit.
Tyranitar doing what it does best, critical hitting knockoff to rub salt in the wounds, rub sand in the wounds, perhaps, as Michael has played Sean 5 games in this today, won the 2 that mattered most, and is now going off into the finals, and his reward for all of this hard work, this effort, this practice, this learning about how to play this matchup, he has to do it again against against a world champion, reigning world champion, for one more week at least. So, yeah, his work is certainly cut out for him, but he's shown he can do it, right? Especially if Tyranitar crits every knockoff, things are looking a lot better for him. But I don't know if that was reliant, like that kind of accelerated the pace.
That
but
definitely accelerated.
I think Michael was like on a good trajectory the way the things were moving.
Yeah, but if you're Luke and you're a world's champion, you know, you've gone there through like hard effort, practice. Perhaps Luke is out there in the audience watching this game before he plays him, knowing what he's about to face.
Just one more name on the list of defeated opponents it might be for Luke. So we'll have to see. Luke versus Michael is going to be a thrilling, awkward weather war matchup that we've been seeing we'll get to see once again. So I'm really looking forward to it. So we'll take the briefest possible break because it is late here and we want to get this over. We want to make sure this rolls on time. So we'll be back in just the briefest moment for the grand finals in just a moment. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the grand finals here today. We've had a riveting collection of games here on stream. My name is Zach, joined with Ben to sign us off for our final stream game of the day, the grand finals. So we've seen both these players on stream. We saw Michael get the redemption against his loss in Swiss to Sean, and he's been rewarded, as we've mentioned, with the exact same matchup. Not exactly the same. Some of the moves are a little different, but same premise, same dual weather team.
The Swampert is more purple, I think.
The Swampert is more purple. Yeah, that's a big difference. Has to watch out for that.
Color synergy is way different here.
Color synergy is way different. Very important. Our Chaladon is also a little bit darker, a little meaner. We'll see. But yeah, crucial to see how Michael. I want to see, like, we caught the tail end of that game too, but not sort of the early turns. I'm really curious to see how that played out, if that was different from the game 3 that we got to see, which looked, very, very comprehensive, I think, from Michael. I'm curious to see how he approaches it, and how Luke maybe adjusts and plays this team a little bit differently. A former world champion knows how to play these standard teams very, very well, doing well enough to get here to the finals. And so I'm super curious to see how exactly this plays out. How Michael's learnings from playing this team over the course of the day are going to come into fruition here. I hope we don't see that Corviknight. Didn't do super well, and we haven't seen it in either of the 2 games Michael won. So I think that might be
reason for that.
At least one learning from there. So yeah, anything jumping out to you about this particular matchup of these 2 players?
Well, we saw that Michael was able to use Mega Tyranitar to good effect and Floette without Mega Evolving the Floette. It'll be interesting to see if he keeps that up, if he decides to also Mega Evolve Tyranitar this time and keep base Floette around, because it is still very powerful. And we're going to get into the grand finals of the Lumina Tour grand finale here in Guildhouse, San Jose. We have Michael W versus Luke W, but there can be only one who takes the W home today. We have Venusaur and Charizard from Luke, and Michael leading off with the Como and the Floette.
Okay, so no side, committing to, like, I think in this matchup the main weather feels like
on turn 1. I don't know if you can hear
like
that.
The rain. It feels like rain is sort of the main option. So neither player going with rain or sand right out the gate. Instead, this Como is going to be here, and this overcoat might be pretty nice, as this Venusaur does have Sleep Powder, but of course will not be able to Sleep Powder this Como. Floette doesn't love this position very much, as a fairy type against the only 2 fairy resists on Luke's side of the field. However, one way you can get through that is by muscling through it with Floette's Fairy Aura and Mega Evolution, bringing even more offensive fairy power to the field, and going straight for a Moonblast, going before everything else. No Mega Evolution from Charizard, so it's just eating a Moonblast straight to the face. Makes it well enough, but that's still pretty meaningful chip damage. A Sleep Powder next to move, but Como's Overcoat, that uncommon ability, proving so valuable here, as the Heat Wave without Sun really not doing a whole lot to either of these Pokemon. No burns, and that means Como is free to set up a Clangorous Soul and get boosts to all of its stats for just a little bit of its health, at 33%. The Como is a little bit above health, but now should be faster than just about everything.
Yeah, especially without the Sun, Venusaur is not going to outspeed Como. Perhaps Charizard holding onto the Mega Evolution there, maybe reserving it for the Swampert in the back, maybe
expecting a Tyranitar to switch in.
Or expecting a Tyranitar to switch
forth.
in. Could perhaps be indicative of what Luke has in the back, but not necessarily, as you say. But Como now with the +1 to all of its stats is much more formidable here. Going to do a better job of shrugging off the attacks from Charizard, and Venusaur already resists everything Charizard can throw at it, be it the Heat Wave, the Solar Beam. Would not resist the Weather Ball out of Sun, but that's not going to do that much anyway. Yeah, and Floette actually leaving the field immediately in place of Sinistra to heal up the Como just a little bit.
Yeah, I like this. Get some health on that Como. The Charizard could be going for a Heat Wave here, which would be pretty bad into the Sinistra switch in, but that might just sort of, give Tyranitar a free switch in to overwrite that Sun, so might not be the end of the world, as my Charizard does indeed Mega Evolve now.
Just going to protect here, though, doesn't want to eat any potential attack from this Como here. And Sludge Bomb from Venusaur doing solid damage, bringing Como down to exactly 50%. Clanging Scale's going to come out. Venusaur should be able to survive that. Yeah, it does a good chunk of damage. 60% Como losing that stage of defense. Not going to be impactful yet.
No, not relevant yet, as there's no physical attackers yet on the field, as most of Luke's attacks are special, outside of, Swampert and that Grimmsnarl. So Como is pretty well positioned here still. Like, another Clanging Scales would be doing pretty good damage, might even be able enough to pick up that Charizard. Sinistra realizing, okay, I kind of got away with it there, switching into the Charizard, instead can switch into Excadrill, interestingly, so there's no
Another good fire
yet.
switch in.
Yeah, so it switches into Charizard once again. Clanging Scales comes out, does pick up the KO onto that Venusaur, but Charizard stomachs that hit well enough. The Sludge Bomb, though, did good damage to that Como, brought it low, but Heat Wave will miss the Excadrill. That's really nice for Michael. KOs that Como. Oh, no, it doesn't. Never mind, I spoke too soon. Como with that special defense boost, bulky enough to stomach that Heat Wave, and now things are looking really awkward because Como is certainly the fastest thing on the field, as there's probably not Rain plus, well, there's certainly not Mega Swampert here, so yeah, Como is still the fastest thing, and these Dragon-type attacks are going to be very scary, but Pelipper is here, and Pelipper does have Wide Guard.
Wide Guard definitely going to be a move I would consider using if I were Luke here. However, both Pokemon on Michael's side do have single target attacks, do have ways to get around that Wide Guard, and they are probably both faster than both of Luke's Pokemon, right? Como definitely, Excadrill probably, given that it is running that Focus Sash, but it is Adamant nature, so it is possible?
It's potentially slower than this Charizard. We'll have to see. Charizards have been running a lot more bulk recently. This one doesn't look to be super offensive, but it might just be just fast enough. Either way, Como is the speedster here. We'll be able to move before anything and pick up a potential KO. That said, it is also at 2%. It is liable to be KO'd by just about anything. So Michael has a lot of potential on this turn, so we'll see what he can capitalize on here, as Charizard will be keeping itself safe with a Protect, and that Aura Sphere will do nothing.
Yep, that Wide Guard exerting pressure without being used, but Excadrill covering that, saying, if you do Wide Guard, then Aura Sphere can pick up the Charizard. If you don't Wide Guard, then I get Rock Slide off. And it does connect on the Pelipper, and Pelipper flinches, does not get to move. That's really important. Pelipper could have gone for a Tailwind on that turn, could have gone for an attack to pick up the Como on that turn. Doesn't get to do either of those, and now Michael continues to stay in a really strong position.
Yeah, really, really nice position here, is now you can kind of just do the same thing again. There's nothing really stopping that. This Pelipper is bulky with the Citrus Berry, so it's at exactly 50%, so it just barely doesn't activate the Citrus Berry. So if this Rock Slide from Excadrill does a little bit more damage, Michael might be able to sort of cheat that Citrus Berry and get an earlier KO on Pelipper than Luke might have wanted here. That flinch is very nice, though. It means that Pelipper doesn't get to KO the Como, set up Tailwind, or KO that, or pick up the KO on Excadrill, as the as the Protect fails, so Aura Sphere will land true, and that is Charizard finally removed, and so Luke will not be able to switch anymore.
Nope, no more switches. We don't know what's in the back yet, but it's got a lot of work to do. Just an Iron Head coming out from Excadrill. It can also flinch. We'll have to see if it does. Pelipper does get to eat the Citrus Berry, and it's almost as if
nothing happened.
The Iron Head never happened, because Pelipper's back up to exactly where it was. And Luke deciding to throw in the towel and preemptively forfeit to not reveal the last Pokemon that he has in the back, which I think that's reasonable. I think I like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably our Chaladon. You would assume, like, Grimmsnarl in the back in that scenario feels very unlikely, and Swampert with the Charizard also being brought isn't amazing either, so probably our Chaladon, and then realizing, well, okay, Excadrill still has its Focus Sash intact. Sand can be Tyranitar. Oh no, there was no sand anymore. Tyranitar wasn't even brought, so Excadrill was still vulnerable. I don't know, it's still awkward, but I think Luke probably thinking, well, if Michael just stalls out the Tailwind and then Floette comes in, then Dazzling Gleam just blows everything up, and there's not a whole lot to be done at that point. So yeah, Michael getting a little bit of some fortunate rolls, like the Rock Slide flinch, pretty nice. Heat Wave missing, super pretty nice,
impactful.
But those are the incidental things that happen when you are clicking Heat Waves and Rock Slides and stuff. These things,
some of them will miss.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, the way that it played out, Michael, wasn't utterly doomed by any of those not going his way. Just certainly slowly gave him an incremental advantage as the turns played on. But yeah, that Como survival, I think, was really big, right? That at 2% survived that Heat Wave, put it in a spot where it could now, keep maintaining that offensive pressure and threatening the rest of Luke's team. And I do really like Como in this matchup. I think it's really strong. That dragon typing is kind of hard for Luke to deal with outside of Archaladon. And if he lets it slip and lets Como get a Clanging Scales, Clanger Soul up, and suddenly Clanging Scales is just, you know, muscling through that Archaladon pretty promptly.
Yeah, it's chunking everything. It's spread damage that is difficult to deal with. I was going to say something else. I forgot. Oh, Mega Swampert has the Ice Punch. That can also hit Como, take advantage of those lower defensive stats, but you have to be in a position to be able to do that. Yeah. Right, and we'll see if we'll see if Luke can get there this time. And as both players think, okay, this is the lead that I want. I just need to manage it a little bit better. If I'm Luke, I'm thinking I need to manage it a little bit better. And Michael's saying, okay, I can work with this.
Yeah, he's like, all right, fine. Como is still in a position where it's not really threatened by all that much. The overcoat ability is so nice here as insurance for Michael, knowing he doesn't have to worry about sleep powder shenanigans stopping Komo's boosting here, which is very important. So might just be a very safe Clanging Scale, or Clanger Soul rather, from this Como, get those boosts up, and then with that Sinistra also in the back able to heal up that Como is pretty important, right? Getting that extra health is super, super nice. And Floet's here also just kind of sort of force the issue, do some little bits of damage, and prevent a like Grimmsnarl or Pelipper from switching in willy-nilly.
Yeah, Floet at the very least is perhaps forcing Luke's hand a little bit, saying, okay, you can't, I'm going to make you lead things that resist Fairy at the very least, possibly, which they are doing, but then like, how do you go from there? And we saw Luke had a bit of trouble doing that in game 1. Charizard going to Mega Evolve immediately, saying, if Tyranitar switches in, so be it. We'll just make do. And that
because Michael didn't bring it in game 1, so might be a little bit emboldened now.
Yeah, so Sun is going to be set up. Venusaur faster than everything. Not going to mess around with the Sleep Powder, but gets a critical poison with the Sludge Bomb onto the Como, which is going to cut into its longevity quite a bit. And this Moonblast is going to be markedly strong. I mean, not that much stronger, actually. Well, given that both Pokemon Mega Evolved, we get to 67% on Charizard exactly. And that Heat Wave does a bunch more than the previous one did, although still not that much.
Como, oh no, and Como went for Clanger Soul, and it's at 34%, and it's poisoned.
So it will survive.
It will survive on 1%, but Como will quickly meet its end afterwards. So got all the boosts in the world and nowhere really to go for there. So
partied too hard.
Yeah, partied a little too hard. Tyranitar was brought though, so I like that adjustment from Michael, saying I kind of maybe got away with one there, not bringing Tyranitar. Feels kind of critical in this game, but now we're in a kind of awkward spot where Floet has Mega Evolved, and so Tyranitar cannot. But there's always the, well, what if I switch Venusaur into Pelipper and I Water Weather Ball the Tyranitar? It will certainly not appreciate that. So it's still in an awkward spot. Michael is down Pokemon and needs to start doing something because that Moonblast trade was absolutely not worth it.
Yeah, definitely not in his favor there. I will say the poison
was really bad.
The poison really, I don't want to say bailed Luke out there because Como still would have been very, very low, and he would have had to, Tyranitar would have had to pivot in to undo the Sun, because otherwise Venusaur would still be faster, but still getting rid of Como that quickly is a really big deal. And Charizard, both Weather Setters going to pivot out immediately here. Tyranitar leaving in place of Sinistra, and Charizard leaving in place of Archaladon. So Sand is here, but nobody really wants it.
Yeah, nobody really cares, but I like this sort of Michael pivoting, saying, well, okay, if you're gonna like try to respect my weather from Tyranitar, that'll give me space to set up a Calm Mind with Floet, and suddenly I can take attacks from Venusaur a heck of a lot better. If there's no poison here, that's gonna be all the more helpful for Michael. Yeah, this Venusaur is a little bit of a problem, though, as you cannot Rage Powder these attacks away with Sinistra, as it is a Grass type, that Venusaur, and so Floet has a Calm Mind boost, but still facing Sludge Bombs and Flash Cannons from Venusaur and Archaladon, respectively.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb, as we saw, still doing very considerable damage to Floet. In fact, another Sludge Bomb plus Sand Chip might be enough to pick up Floet from here. It looks fairly close.
Maybe, and Sinistra is already on the field, so we can't switch out and switch back in, at least on this turn. So
right, and Sinistra does not have the Life Dew or any ability to heal Floet without switching out and in. And then if you do that, you're risking Tyranitar, possibly. It would have to be Tyranitar. That's the only thing back. You would have to risk Tyranitar taking incidental damage, and Tyranitar doesn't really want to take a Flash Cannon, for instance. So you still got to be careful about that. Floet does have a lot of work to do. +1 Moonblast, though, going to start doing that. Oof. And 92% to Archaladon is a good start.
Yeah, and we see the calm nature on this Archaladon proving value here as the Sludge Bomb is enough to pick up that Floette, but Floette did a lot of damage on the way out, so you can at least appreciate that. Did damage into the thing that Archaludon and Sinistra aren't gonna, or Tyranitar and Sinistra aren't gonna be able to damage all that much, but the Weather War is firmly within Luke's favor as, yeah, this Matcha Gotcha does not quite get the KO onto this Archaludon. There is a burn. Things might be a little bit different here, but otherwise it's just a free stamina boost, but, you know, a 2% Archaludon's not that thrilled by that. And Tyranitar now forced out back onto the field and cannot Mega Evolve, so it looks like Luke is firmly in the driver's seat to close out this game as no more switching, no more Hospitality, no more Sandstream. Weather War fully won by Luke. Yeah, looking like it's just kind of right, like a formality at this point to see what Michael can get out of this moving forward.
Yep, Tyranitar going to come in. Sand is still up, so will not reset that. And with Charizard still in the back for Luke, that can come in at any point, but would have to risk a potential Rock Slide from Tyranitar. So maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you just let Archaludon go down, do whatever it can here. We saw Matcha Gotcha was doing so little that with the leftovers, Archaludon might survive another turn if left to its devices.
Oh, here's another Sludge Bomb. It's doing so much damage, and the insult to injury with a poison on this Sinistra. It does his heal now with that Citrus Berry. They put it outside of threat range of being KO'd, but this Dragon Pulse might put it just right back down to it. Yeah, Sinistra is still dangerously low. Could potentially get some health with that Strength Sap. Venusaur dodging the Rock Slide, just put more salt in the wounds as the Rock Slide fails to KO Archaludon after those stamina boosts. So these health bars getting dangerously close to zero, but not quite there. As Sinistra will set up a Trick Room, which is helpful for this Tyranitar, but I think it's just a little bit too little, too late. The Sand, even without the poison, would pick up this KO on the Sinistra. So maybe there might have been a chance if it was Sinistra and Tyranitar in Trick Room against the world, but Tyranitar has got a mountain to climb, and it is big mountain.
Yeah, ill-equipped to do so. Archaludon getting bulkier and bulkier physically by the turn. It was at 8% before, it's at 9% now, so it's actually healing effectively from these Rock Slides.
Can't keep getting away with this.
Can't keep getting away with this.
There's the
big
knockoff, but Venusaur takes it.
Yeah, still survives. Sand is not going to pick that up either. It's not quite that low. Flash Cannon from Archaludon bringing Tyranitar nearly down to half. Luke might not even need Charizard to finish this up.
No, might not even show what his fourth and final Pokemon is. Tyranitar is sturdy and taking these super effective hits quite well with that Sand special defense boost, but looks like it's just a matter of time here before Tyranitar gets KO'd. This is the final turn of Sand, and so unless Rock Slide can critical hit this Archaludon, things are looking pretty dire.
And then even if that happens, where do you go from there? We'll see. Nope, Rock Slide doing, what, 3% to Archaludon? Could flinch.
Good job, but the stamina boosts are just, so bad for here's another stamina boost for this Archaludon. It does flinch, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Sandstorm does subside, so we'll at least get to, Archaludon has to at least, Charizard has to at least put itself at risk of getting KO'd to a Rock Slide, or Luke has to show his final Pokemon, and does show Pelipper for the final nail in the coffin, saying, well, all right, I'll just click Wide Guard and you won't be able to get much done. And Archaludon kind of just on its own is enough to potentially win this, but yeah, I think this about does it here, where Pelipper on its own can probably just beat this Tyranitar. Sand gone, no more special defense boost, and Pelipper even slower than the Tyranitar. Also, crucial information to know if these players didn't know before, and so now Tyranitar finally KO'd. Michael gets some good information out of that. Gets to know the speed interaction between Pelipper and Tyranitar, and since both of them are weather setters, that is very important information.
Always important to know where your weather setter lands as far as speed goes, because as we all know, that is the critical thing when it comes to which weather supersedes the other. Whoever is faster, their weather goes up first, and then the slower Pokemon sets their weather. So if Pelipper and Tyranitar are led, rain will be
The victor.
the reigning weather.
Raining weather. Yeah, so I think obviously that poison was really bad on to the Como-O, sort of made sure that Como wasn't really much of a presence at all in that game 3, and so game 2. We're in game 3 now. We're jumping in. So that was pretty bad, but I think Michael just needs to get more value out of Como-O. I think game 2 really showcased how important it was, where game 1 was relatively comfortable, but because Como went down so early, it was like Luke knew how important it was to get damage on it, got as much as he could. Como was suddenly in a spot where, that clangorous soul was, they partied too hard and got KO'd. So I think Michael might be a little bit more cautious about that Como. And also I love the bring of the Tyranitar. I feel like you want Tyranitar and Excadrill. I think they're both really good. It's like, how do you weave in like Como and Sinistra and Floette? Like they're all potent options here. It's Sophie's choice here of which one you want to bring.
Yeah, definitely not a straightforward decision from Michael or Luke, really. We've seen Luke mix and match pieces over the course of the games that we've seen them play, even though this lead has been relatively consistent. It's been Tyranitar, it's been Charizard and Venusaur, which is tried and true lead. There's a reason this is common and strong. And Michael has decided to go full sand for Game 3, leading Excadrill and Tyranitar.
Yeah, we're just getting Clash of the Weathers immediately with these two iconic weather duos.
There could be a third one in the back.
Yeah, there could be another one.
Weather setter.
Yeah, and a weather duo as well with our Chaladon and Pelipper. So we'll have to see. But
or Swampert.
Yeah, I like the lead from Michael. It really puts the pressure onto this Charizard to switch out. Means that Venusaur is going to have to like trade damage a little bit less effectively. Might go for sleep powders, but if that misses, Luke's really suddenly losing a lot of health quickly. Nice. Also breaks that Focus Sash. Also kind of coaxes Pelipper onto the field where it might get pelted by a few too many rocks for it to handle. So I really like Michael sort of putting the pressure on Luke and sort of forcing a lot of options out of him. And one of them is going to be that Mega Evolution immediately. The sand is gone. We'll see if Tyranitar swiftly replaces it again.
Yep, going to be overwritten by the sun here. So Venusaur will be faster than everything, but
or
not,
would have been.
Not until the turn actually starts. And Tyranitar immediately following suit, Mega Evolving immediately, not going to try to scout out with Protect or anything like that. Both players are saying, I want my weather now. Michael's saying, I want my weather again now. And a double Protect from Luke's side is going to keep his Pokemon safe, saying, okay, if you do Mega Evolve Tyranitar, I'm going to scout for that. Excadrill going to Rock Slide, and I would fully expect Tyranitar to do the same as it does.
The classic double Rock Slide play. So Venusaur does lose its Focus Sash, but I think we've seen over the course of this set that it's not super critical, right? Venusaur is usually bulky enough to stomach one of these non-super effective attacks. And so that sand is just nice little incidental chip, but Luke gets to now know, all right, the Mega Evolution has been committed. I'm aware of this. And Michael now knows how important Tyranitar is in the back for resetting that weather. And now Como can now switch in with a little more freedom here as Rock Slide comes out from Excadrill. Doesn't quite get Charizard, but brings it dangerously low, and there's always that flinch chance.
Yeah, Charizard does hang on. Sleep Powder goes into Como, so good switch in for Como there. And Charizard does flinch. Everything going wrong for Luke on that turn.
Yeah, so that's obviously a great play, a great turn for Michael, right? Gets the flinch. It does a lot of great damage onto Charizard. Now Charizard kind of forced to switch out. Even if it protects, it will just get KO'd with the sand at the end of the turn, which kind of makes these plays really awkward with Luke because he wants to be very deliberate at when he switches what Pokemon in. So might have to switch in Charizard on a turn to when he wants the rain up for our Chaladon. So Pelipper, no surprise to be brought out on this turn to reset the sand. So now there is rain on the field, so Venusaur can now move next with a Sludge Bomb. Does a lot of damage to Como, but no poison.
Yeah, no poison. That's important. Iron Head from Excadrill, enough to pick up the Venusaur here. So Charizard force out, but that means a very passive turn for Luke, and Como taking advantage of that, getting that Clangorous Soul up, getting that Omni Boost under its belt. Takes a bunch of damage, but because it's not poisoned, it's not immediately threatened.
Yeah, it's still going to get to play the game a little bit more. Our Chaladon next to be brought in. So the rain mode, sun mode gone, rain mode in. And the sand is still lurking in the back for Michael, so I really like that. And now Como is in a prime position, and an Aura Sphere would do massive damage to this Archaladon. It's calm, so maybe stomach that attack, even at +1. We'll have to see. But yeah, Excadrill is not loving its position. Like, either it will switch or the Como to get sand up. But you probably don't want to switch out Como. You just invested 33% of its health to get those Omni boosts. So you got to imagine Excadrill is going to be leaving the field somewhat soon. Also make sure that Pelipper isn't as accurate with those hurricanes that it would love to toss Como-O's direction. And yeah, Excadrill will be leaving the field here. Is it Tyranitar? Yep, no real surprises there. Kind of the most straightforward play for Michael to make, but gives him a lot of room moving in this next turn. And I like the Protect here. Como is so important. There has to be priority to attack it. And our Chaladon knows that it's the biggest threat.
That said, Pelipper is left to its own devices, but does not tailwind on this turn, instead trying to pick up the KO on that Como, which is important, but it means that speed control is definitely in Michael's favor here. Tyranitar does get a speed boost when it Mega Evolves, but may be faster than the Archild on the other side. I don't know if we've seen that particular interaction.
Yeah, we might not have seen that yet, but now this is really awkward where Como can maybe go for an Aura Sphere, and Archaladon just protected, and so it's liable to get KO'd to that Aura Sphere. And there's one thing to switch in, that low health Charizard.
5%.
5% Charizard, which also, you know, removes the weather as well, changes it to sun. This is what I was saying, like Charizard might have to come in, set the sun in a weird time when Luke really wouldn't want it. Like, now you have Pelipper in the sun. That's even worse to hit the Hurricane into this Como, as Charizard is the sacrificial lizard here, gets KO'd. But now there was no wide guard. Tyranitar can just go for a big Rock Slide. Or a knockoff.
Yep, knockoff doing nearly 75% to Pelipper, getting rid of that Citrus Berry. Hurricane is going to miss that Como. Yeah, Hurricane in the sun, Hurricane's even less accurate.
Yeah, than in the sand, and so Luke knows, yeah, this is doomed. And so Michael is able to take the run back, beat the bad matchup he lost to so convincingly in Swiss twice in a row against two phenomenal players, a former national champion and a former world champion. Current, yes, reigning world champion. Excellent play with we saw the struggle on stream earlier today. That was the first streamed match. And it feels like such a cool redemption story that Michael is not only able to do to beat that player, best Sean in that top 4 match, but to do it once again to a new player who hadn't seen all the tricks in top 4 in a very dynamic in finals, in a very dynamic. That's what a way to end a turn. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, I was able to take the entire tournament off of that, so very well played to him.
Amazing.
Was able to navigate that complicated triple weather match.
Yeah, like really heads up play. A lot of, like, you can see he was very, like, a lot more comfortable with those dynamics, right? Which are very difficult to get to grips with, right? It's not immediately obvious, oh, I want this weather in this situation, but this weather in this situation, if I get this KO on this turn, then this Pokemon comes in and now this weather is up, and so this is bad. Like, there's a lot of moving pieces.
Straightforward.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces and non-obvious consequences of those choices. I love the Como. That overcoat Como was so good.
Put in so much work.
Just making sure that he had like those 2 sleep immunities. Normally, people are kind of shirking their sleep immunities in this format because Amoonguss is not here. So everyone's, not worried about Spore, but Sleep Powder is definitely a big threat, and Venusaur wields that, and many people tremble in its, disruptive potential. And so having not only a grass type that could do that, but also something Como that could take a Sleep Powder as well as a Fire move from Charizard, like, that is a unique prospect. Not many Pokemon can do that. That's usually one of the great pins, is like, you can either be immune to Sleep Powder, or you can get KO'd to Heat Wave. Pick your poison. And Como say, actually, none for me. I'll just
Como did pick 1 poison.
Well,
in that set.
Click actual poison, yes. Okay to that.
And got KO'd because of it.
Right. So, but I really like, after seeing this team in action, through the hardships and through the victories with Michael, I really like how this team plays, how this team works. I think the Excadrill and the Como are such great offensive engines.
To say nothing of the Floette.
Yeah, the Floette I think was really great. Like, getting value out of that, like having sort of this lightweight Calm Mind Floette mode is so cool. And of course, we said what needs to be said about the double weather team. Like, it's just so potent. There's just so many options your opponent has to respect. And of course, when you leave that in the hands of great players, they're going to make it very difficult for you. And we saw how much Michael's kind of struggled with that and was able to overcome that at the end of the day.
Yeah, it took him a bunch of rounds, but he got there. Congrats on Michael W. for taking the grand finale of the Lumina Tour here at Guildhouse in San Jose. It is
late,
really late here.
It's been a wonderful tournament, but it's been great. It's been going on a bit. Maybe you heard some chairs being moved as we're closing things up, so we'll keep the thanks brief. When we thank everybody here behind the scenes, we want to thank Autumn and Gerardo for hosting and putting on this stream and this tournament. Thank you to Mitchell, Ben, for helping to get this stream up and running, to bring you all these great games. Oh, thank you. All these great games to everybody. We stepped up our game with some nice outfits. Hopefully that just for a little fun, because this is a really nice venue to be a part of.
And so, it's the grand finale.
It's the grand finale. And
it was not called the finale. It was called the grand finale.
I mean, It was a pretty grand finale. Those
were all good games.
That was a phenomenal finals. The storyline was just so great. So I'm really happy we got such a beautiful story of it. Congratulations once again to Michael, our champion here today. Phenomenal play. So that's everything for us. So I hope we probably don't need to tell you this, but hopefully you enjoy either spectating, playing, or watching from home the World Championships next weekend in our backyard of San Francisco. But that's everything from NorCal VGC for this weekend.
Join the Discord.
Join the Discord. Follow us on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, all those shenanigans. Do all the plug stuff. And thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you all next time.